if you missed yesterday, it will help me to know. Most of us were, okay, just a few were not here. Most of you were here yesterday, so we don't have to repeat a lot of stuff. So I am Dr. Veronica Wavukawa. I'm a senior policy analyst at the Presidential CEO Forum. Today we have a panel that is going to help us understand a lot of aspects. When we were discussing through these conversations, access to financing has been very critical. And we've brought in an expert from UDC. That is going to be Dr. Birungi Patrick. We can introduce him. He will be seated where he is, but he will answer questions from there to inform us. We also have the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, that is Engineer Irene Batebe, who is joining our panel. She's going to talk about the proceeds of oil and how best the tourism sector can be supported through this initiative. Yesterday we all met the Executive Director of OA, Dr. James Musinguzi. I have never seen anyone passionate about tourism like him. Yesterday there was a talk about the lions and what was happening, and he's going to join the panel to discuss that. And the last person that we have is an investor in Uganda who has been here for over 30 years. That is Mr. Praveen Moman. And he is come from Volcano Safaris. He's just going to tell us about the experience, what he can guide us with, having been in this industry for so many years. So without any further ado, my panelists, please join us. Dr. Birungi will sit in the background and also answer the question when the time comes. But all we are doing is enriching your conversations. If there's a topic that is very critical, we are trying to bring in an expert to help us enlighten on it. You're most welcome. Please, thanks for joining me. It's an honor and privilege. I'm hoping we can work within 10 minutes, but if you have something that is pressing, please feel free to finish it as well. So without any further ado, ladies first, let us call Engineer Irene Batebe about oil. What we need to understand from her, she has a lot of information to share with us, the proceeds of oil, and how can they support the tourism sector. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers and MPs in the House. I'm delighted to be on this morning's panel on the third day of today's engagement. Once again, I'm Irene Batebe, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And straight to the question on where and how the oil and gas sector will support the tourism industry in terms of oil revenues, I would like to start by highlighting that right from the word go, when we discovered commercial crude oil reserves in 2006, the government of Uganda took time to put in place robust legal and regulatory frameworks to support the oil and gas sector, not just in how we exploit the oil and how we commercialize it, but also how we will manage the revenues from the sector. So alongside the entire suite of different laws, we worked with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to review the Public Finance Management Act and also put in place a revenue management policy that provides for how we will utilize the proceeds from the oil and gas sector. So in these two frameworks, the Policy and the Public Finance Management Act, we have provided that all revenues accruing from the oil and gas sector will fund infrastructure development. So it will only go to infrastructure and nothing that is of consumer or consumable. It won't be for consumption, but for infrastructure development. And we've already tested this because immediately we started licensing, we started collecting revenues in terms of signature bonuses, rental fees, among other revenue types. And from the petroleum fund that was put in place for this purpose, we've been able to draw funds that have supported us to contribute to the development of the 600 megawatts Karuma hydropower project. So the project was about $2 billion US, and the government contributed about 500 million US dollars from the petroleum fund arising from this proceeds. So we've already tested the law and the policy in supporting infrastructure. Now, why is this key for the tourism sector? In order to support the tourism sector, we definitely must develop a range of infrastructure. We must work on the roads. We must support from the electricity side. And for us to get the power to the tourism sector, we must have generated it, transmitted it, and then distribute it to the tourism sites. So with that, looking at our volumes today of crude oil reserves of about 6.4 billion barrels, what we call standard oil initially in place, that is all the oil we've discovered so far, from about 20% of the licensed areas. Of that, 1.4 billion barrels is recoverable and is what we are currently commercializing through an oil refinery in the country of 60,000 barrels per day, and a crude oil export pipeline that will take a portion of it from Hoima through Tanzania to the port of Tanga for further export overseas. Now, from the estimates we've made, and I'm glad at the forum some of the economists from the sector here, we've been able to project our annual earnings from the sector, and we foresee once we enter production next year, July 2026, we will be earning, once the revenues start coming in, about $2 billion US per year as the government take. And this amount will all be channeled to this dedicated petroleum fund, from where we will then support a range of infrastructure. Now, focusing on aspects of electricity, which is extremely important, not just for the tourism sector, but we say it is the blood of the economy. We already have a number of strategies to ensure that we are supporting the different tourism sites to have access to clean, reliable, but affordable energy. So in our strategy, we will be extending power to ensure that we cover the 40% of the remaining part of the population that today has no form of electricity. We have so far connected 60% of the population through either off-grid at 38%, the solar systems you have in your homes, or 22% for on-grid, those who are on the national grid. So under our national electrification strategy, we aim to then cover the remaining 40%. And naturally, as we extend these power lines, we look out for what we term as our load centers or our productive use of energy centers. And tourism has been one of those earmarked areas where we are focused to ensure that as we extend the lines, we are picking the different tourist sites and attractions. So we are confident once we enter production with these $2 billion US annually for the rest of the project, which is running 20 years, that we will intensify on infrastructure development to cover not only electricity, but even supporting on the airport side, the roads infrastructure. The reason why I wasn't around yesterday is because we were discussing with the Ministry of Water and of Works and Transport on how we support them, because we are currently making some revenue from a project that the Uganda National Oil Company is undertaking, bringing in the bulk of our petroleum products. So we are looking at how some of this revenue can support in ensuring all these roads are quickly rehabilitated to support the tourism sector and other sectors. And indeed, those who traveled along Mubende, Mitiana Mubende Road, Chegegwa, It must have been a nightmare, but I'm happy to inform you today that the government has a clear strategy, and yesterday we were putting the final dots on a facility that is going to support us to quickly rehabilitate these roads. So there is hope at the end of this dark tunnel. So once again, Dr. Veronica, as I close, I want to emphasize that the government of Uganda has strategically dedicated through the law all proceeds from the oil and gas sector to support infrastructure development in the country, and this has already been tested with one of our key hydropower projects, and that remains the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. She has given the strategy very eloquently, but what's important is yesterday we all complained about the roads. Everyone here was not happy with how they traveled. Luckily, I took the long way, so I was safe. But everyone here was not happy. So the news you're giving is very critical to the sector. And you saw when you talked of the road, there were claps. Water and electricity were one of those. We have people around Bwindi that are saying they're spending a full month without electricity. They're not even getting in the generators. So this is very important, the support you're giving, and we thank you very much. So we will have questions, I think, after this. Let's first let our panelists give their views. The next one is Executive Director of Uganda Wildlife Authority, Dr. James Musinguzi. Yesterday, there was a conversation on the lions. I go to Makshon National Parks a lot because of the nature of my family. I travel there a lot, and we always look for lions. And we have this habit that sometimes when you find a lion, you don't even want to tell the other tour guides, because the moment you tell, they all run to the same lion, and you're all surrounding one lion, and you're not even getting the view that you want. So there was a conversation of how the population of the lions is reducing in the national parks, and we have the ED, Executive Director of OR, to give us a strategy and plan for addressing that challenge that you talked about. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Once again, like I've been introduced, I'm Dr. James Musinguzi, the new Executive Director of the Uganda Wildlife Authority, 5 months into the job, but settling down very well. Thank you for bringing this to the fore, because it sort of remained unresolved yesterday, and I'm glad to be here to clarify on the numbers and the strategies that are in place for us to be able to restore these charismatic species. Now, lions in nature occupy the apex of the food chain, and therefore they have a very big space requirements in order for them to keep their territory. Now, lions used to exist in Uganda, and there used to be about 1,000 of them, the last census we did, but as we speak, there has been a reduction in the number of lions due to a number of factors. Some of these factors include habitat loss. We have problems of retaliatory killing, because some of these lions eat people's livestock, and so they revenge by killing them. You heard about the poisoning that was happening. There are many other challenges. For example, I can now confidently say that lions are actually extinct in Uganda, Busoga, Bugisu, Ankole, and most of the actually regions. And they are mainly restricted in savanna parks. We're talking about Queen Elizabeth National Park, Murchison Falls National Park, and of course Chidepo Valley National Park, because there is some level of protection there. Now, the challenge that we have is that the numbers have been reducing as a result of these factors, as well as climate change, as a result of the change of the vegetation in the parks. And as per the census and study that was done in 2024, we have about 400 lions left in Uganda in those 3 parks. In Queen Elizabeth National Park, we found 39. In Murchison Falls National Park, 240. And in Chidepo Valley National Park, 12 of them, which is a very sad story. But we need to understand and know what role can we play in terms of restoring these animals. The causes, like I've said, retaliatory killing, and this is as a result of the human-wildlife conflicts. The lions stray and go to the communities, eat the animals or the livestock, and therefore the community's revenge. One of the solutions we have done in this case is that we have actually collared some of the key leaders of the group, and we monitor these lions. The moment we see them going towards close to the boundary to get out, we make sure they are returned. At least for the last about 3 years, since the killing we had in Ishasha, we've not had any more poisoning as a result of the vigilance, monitoring, but also the collaring, because we follow these lions. Immediately we see them, they are going to cross, because we monitor using our GPS points. Then we make sure they are brought back. Of course, we'd have reduced habitat range because they need a big territory for them to get mates and all that. We also have mortality at young age. About 40% actually of these lions, they die before they reach their maturity as a result of disease. But also, we have competition from other predators, like the cubs are killed from other predators like lions, like leopards, in competition for food. So they face that problem also. We have rituals and cultural beliefs. Some of the lions have been killed because of traditions and cultural beliefs by the communities. They think that they can get good omen from their parts. So that is also happening, and it's leading the loss of our lions. We have poaching. We have invasive plant species. But we also have natural self-killings. Male lions usually kill offsprings that are not their own in order to eliminate competition. Because the males want to keep on top in charge of the territory, when the other males are born, they tend to kill them. And this is aimed at reducing the gene multiplication of other competitors. So this is a natural selection process that you have no control about. It has to happen in biology, natural selection. But also have killings by large herbivores like buffaloes. They gang up and attack these lions and kill them. Now, finally, I want to talk about the steps, because I think this is what we want to hear. What steps have been taken by the Uganda Wildlife Authority in order for us to restore these lions? Awareness. You have continued to sensitize the masses for mindset change. I'm glad to report that in the new structure of the Uganda Wildlife Authority, there has been merger between the Uganda Wildlife Authority and the Uganda Wildlife Education Center, and community educators have been incorporated now within the structure, as well as social scientists. So the people in the park are going to be working with the social scientists and community educators in the field to see that we have interactions with the communities about what is happening. That is going to help us a lot in terms of creating awareness. Let these communities know that one lion brings in these dollars, brings this money, so they have a stake to that. And of course, the revenue sharing, the money that is going towards these communities should be able to make them appreciate, but it goes a lot with sensitization. We have introduced a compensation scheme. We used to have a compensation scheme through the canine program, but now through the regulations that were passed in our law, we are now able to compensate for any loss of wildlife or life that are caused by any animal. Some animals that are on the schedule of the compensatable animals, lions inclusive. So any livestock that is lost now within the communities, we are able to compensate and so keep the relationship good. And that's why for the last 3 years, we've not got any problem in this area. We also have the lion recovery program. We have commenced the lion recovery population program with studies. At the moment, we have carried out the genetic studies. Sometimes when a lay person is there, you may think that it's just a matter of getting lions, maybe from Chidepo, and you take to Queen, or from Queen and you take to Chidepo. No, there's a lot of science that is involved. You must do genetic studies for you to understand and appreciate the genetic diversity, genetic variability, and genetic viability. At the moment, we have carried out the studies with Professor Masembe in Makerere University, because as we do the recovery program, as we reintroduce, we must know what genes are we introducing. Are they viable in that area? For example, I want to tell you that we have discovered that the Chidepo Valley National Park lions don't have, the genes are not related to the lions in Queen and Murchison Falls. In other words, if you get the lions in Queen and Murchison and you take them to Chidepo, they're not going to survive. So what does this mean? It means that if we are to restore Chidepo, we must get lions with which the alleles and genes are matching. And these are from the northwards, either Southern Sudan or Somalia. Now, if you don't know that, you may just go to Murchison Falls, pick lions, take, and they die, and you don't know the cause. So we are advancing in terms of understanding, first of all, the science. What should we introduce? What are the numbers? what are the matches in terms of the genes and alleles. And these are sophisticated genetic studies. But we are reaching somewhere. We are getting to know what to take, where, and how much or how many, and so that we do things in a systematic manner. You don't just speak and take. And you cannot just say, because there was a concern yesterday, why don't you go and buy lions and bring? We have the capacity, but we must first understand what, first of all, must you introduce from the scientific aspect. That's how you can succeed. At the moment, as we talk, especially in the Southern African market, there are so many lions. In fact, if we needed, you can even get for free. They can even give you 100 lions for free. Some of these have been highly inbred, and now they are kept in 2 captive wildlife facilities, and we don't want to go that route. That's why we want, first of all, understand the genetic composition of what used to exist there, what must survive there, so that we do a systematic reintroduction with genetic viability in mind, so that we know that what we are going to introduce there will survive. Protection. We have enhanced protection, patrols, and intelligence. Yesterday I told you that this financial year, government has given us money to recruit 500 rangers to add on the numbers that we have, to boost the numbers. We want to keep following these lions, the prides, one by one. In fact, as a matter of fact, the prides in Queen are increasing, but we don't want to divulge without evidence. We are going to carry out a study, a census, and we shall come and give you evidence-based data. But the prides in Queen are actually increasing, but that one, we shall come with the data. Now, we are also enhancing technology. We can no longer continue following these lions or these other animals through only men and women on the ground. We are acquiring drones, like I told you yesterday, to be able to have real-time intelligence and data so that we intervene with real accurate points where to intervene, but not just going to intervene without accuracy and precision. So the drones are helping. This financial year, we have started the procurement for a helicopter that is going to help us to support us in surveillance, law enforcement, monitoring, but also supporting human-wildlife conflict interventions. The other day, we lost a community member in Bulisa because the elephants strayed out of the park and went out, and we didn't have a helicopter to actually drive these elephants in time back, and they had to kill a community member in the gardens. So I am glad that the government is enhancing our efforts, and these are going to help us. We are also fencing the national parks using electric fencing. And this is going to help reduce the incursion or the animals escalating from the parks to the communities. All this is going to help us solve human-wildlife conflict. As I conclude, we are also working very hard to reduce livestock grazing within the protected areas. The challenge is that during the election period like this, people come and invade the parks. They bring in livestock, but we are working very hard to carry out operations to be able to reduce livestock within the PAs so that we can be able to reduce the number of injured animals or the number of livestock that is hurt within the PAs, because people have been doing illegal grazing, and we are fighting hard to stop this. We are also embarking on intentional reintroduction of herbivores. In some of these areas or parks, there has been less food for the carnivores or the lions. And now we are saying, being on the top of the food chain, they need some herbivores. So we are translocating cobs. We've translocated cobs from Kaboya, where the numbers have grown exponentially as a result of the law enforcement efforts. And we are taking cow cobs to Chidepo. We are taking cobs, especially to Chidepo, where there were not enough prey. Enough prey for the predators, the lions. And that should be able to help. Invasive species removal. We are fighting hard to manage invasive species so that they can be able to create a suitable habitat for the lions. Establishment of the lion breeding programs within protected areas. Now, we want to do in situ lion breeding, and this one is going to be immediate. And of course, we are doing it after understanding the genetic composition of what we want to breed. We are going to cut off some areas within these protected areas, deliberately introduce families and groups and breed. And once we breed, then we release within the protected areas in the in situ environment. without getting them from outside or ex situ. So that one will also be helpful. We all understand and appreciate that any tourist who comes here would like to see the lions in the wild. But we've got historical problems that have made us reach where we are. So we must appreciate that we must get new interventions, like I have established and explained, to be able to restock and regenerate the lion populations within these areas so that it can boost our tourism in the country. So finally, I want to say that the lions are very important for the tourism industry, and I want to call upon every one of us here to support this cause, because the external environmental factors are the ones that are leading to the decline of the lions in our protected areas, as I've enumerated above. So I really call upon you to join us, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, to make sure that you support our breeding programs, but also very soon we shall be bringing data as a result of the census that we are going to do, because there were some misleading reports that were giving wrong numbers, and we want to dispel these with data. I hope I've done some clarification, and there is effort and deliberate mechanisms to be able to do this, and this has started this financial year. Like I've already given you some bit of the results of our genetic studies, and they are going to guide all the lion reintroduction, the lion recovery programs, as we also continue with the law enforcement and protection of those that we have. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I hope you've got all the details that you needed. You see how passionate he talks about these things, and he specifically wanted to answer your question. So thank you so much, even for the effort of coming here to give us all the details. Now, the last panelist that we have is Mr. Praveen Moman. He's been in the industry for over 30 years. There's history behind the tourism sector, where we've been, where we are, what the experiences are. So Mr. Praveen Moman from Volcano Safaris is going to give us feedback. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Veronica. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Minister, Excellencies, Ministers, friends. It's wonderful to see so many friends here. Well done for organizing this event. It's very important to do this, and I thank Irene from the President's Office for this initiative. The theme is very clear, isn't it? Marketing Uganda, connecting Uganda to the world. But as we see, it's quite a complex theme. We have already the discussion of lions, and how many lions we have, and how they breed, and how can you bring in extras. You have the issue of the roads. As somebody who has traveled on these roads since I was 1 year old, I find the roads at the moment possibly the most challenging I have in my lifetime. And then, of course, there's all the issue of financing, of products, of lodges, of accommodation. Many people are here in the room that have put their own money and their own efforts for years to make tourism in Uganda work. And I would like to salute all of them, because I'm not here for myself. I'm speaking, as it happens, really as a voice for all of you. Whether it is people like Top of the World, whether it's Andali Lodge nearby, whether it's all the different safari companies and lodge owners, whether small and big, around this country. For the last 30 years, we have tried very hard to make this country work. And the private sector should be saluted for that. As Brigadier Moses Ali said to me 20 years ago, he said, "You are the front line of tourism. Without all of you, we would be nowhere." And I would request the government to remember that governments, of course, can set frameworks, they can set policies, they can have good, bad, or indifferent ideas, but the people who make a country great, the people who open up a country and make business happen, make an economy happen, are business people. The great Ali Din Avizram was a classic example of this. As you all know, already by the turn of the 20th century, he was the uncrowned king, they used to say, of Uganda, because he had so many trading stations between the coast and Kampala. And he was a central figure in the opening up of Uganda at the time of the railway. And he actually ran ahead of the railway to put in infrastructure in order to make sure that those who worked on the railway and then those who administered this country had somewhere to go, and he understood the importance of providing services and opening up an economy. Well, as it happens, my own family has been connected to East Africa since 1905. So I am one of those hidden historicals. Normally, I don't come and speak at public meetings because I'm too busy somewhere in the bush trying to survive the many challenges of making tourism work. And my name, as you know, is Praveen Moman. I'm the founder of Volcano Safaris. We have specialized for the last 20 years in gorilla and chimpanzee lodges in Uganda and Rwanda. And we also therefore work on the border of Congo. So the challenges have many, being in the Great Lakes. I remember His Excellency the President said 20 years ago in London, when some of the Indian community from Uganda complained about the Idi Amin era, he said, "I don't know why you people are moaning. When there were difficulties, you disappeared to Shepherd's Bush in London, whereas I went to the bush to fight for change." Well, all the companies in this room, we are the same. We also went to the bush. For the last 30 years, we have been trying to fight for the tourism to open in Uganda, in Rwanda, and possibly one day in the DRC. I set up my first camp in 1997 in Mugahinga, which, as you know, in the border of Uganda, Rwanda, and the DRC. I hadn't realized, however, that I was going to walk into a conflict zone. And for the next few years, I saw more activity in my life than most people will see in generations. And the instability that we all lived through on the border areas, and companies like Jonathan's as well, in the Semliki area, he will remember those difficult times, and those who invested in Murchison, like Parvez Malik and others. These were challenging times in the 90s, so we should salute all those who survived them. Well, here we are today, and today Uganda and Rwanda are certainly open for tourism. I was the first person to build a lodge in Rwanda in 2004, but we are still waiting for the historicals to settle the question of Congo. So I appeal to everybody in this room to make that happen. Well, the other issue is that how should you do tourism? What is tourism was about? It's not for me to tell experts in this room and practitioners and different companies, large and small. The Madhvani Group has been invested in tourism, for example, a long time. And each of us will have our own model. What I would say to all of us, to all of you who are discussing this question, it's so important to have a clear strategy from government, clear support from government, and clear understanding from government. You know, if you have a road that cannot get you to Fort Portal in a certain amount of time, you have to ask yourself, how can you even discuss tourism? I have just been to Bwindi and Gahinga. Thank you, sir. I've just been to Bwindi and Gahinga. Most of the time, I've spent pushing either our vehicles or others through those roads. That is the main tourism sector of Uganda. Queen Elizabeth, Bwindi and Gahinga, and the roads are impassable most of the years, most of the time. And I know there's a plan to change it, but please, I plead with you to not make that a future thing, but a present thing. One of the things I think we should discuss today are Uganda, its region, the challenges, and what we must try and do. For those of us who are connected with Uganda and this region, we know it has special attractions. It has a very warm and welcoming people. The cultures of this area, whether the Bachwezi, the Baganda, the Banyarwanda, the Batwa, are some of the richest cultures in the Great Lakes and of Africa. We have cultures to celebrate, and historically, we have many things that are special. We have warm and welcoming people, unique wildlife products, and cultural products. Many magazines around the world have credited Uganda with special attractions and why it is so wonderful. But where are we today? In 1960, Uganda was the country that people wanted to visit in Africa. Today, sadly, my colleagues and friends, as you know, that is not the case. We know it's a special and wonderful country, and the region around is. But the fact is that Uganda has a negative reputation. So if there's one thing I would like to discuss really today, is the question of image. Until we can fix the image of Uganda, externally and internally, I'm not sure we will see much change. We have continual continually negative travel advisories for the last 28 years for different reasons. And that hampers the business of all of us. And really, that is something the government should be working on as a priority. How do you change the image? How do you change the perception? And it wasn't like this. As I said, in the 60s, it had a very strong perception. And I know there have been big efforts by the government in the last 25 years, and I want to salute them, to open up tourism, to do infrastructure, to do other things. But the journey is long. As we said, there are so many things that are necessary for tourism to open. The quality of services, customer care, the tourism product you are selling, the actual level of lodges, the actual lodge of staff, the training, communications. So when we talk about marketing, marketing is certainly central, and I'm afraid has been dealt in a patchy way despite some efforts. But the principles are the same. The Rolex seller in the Mobende Road, we each know which of the Rolex sellers in the Mobende Road is better. And usually because you develop a relationship with a particular Rolex stand. His or her Rolex stand, he knows how to charm you. He knows how to be charming and say, my Rolex is the best. You buy this one, and he doesn't say don't buy the other, but he or she shines with their product, with their charm, with building up customer relationships. And in this country, although we have many charming people, many qualified and educated people, we have been poor at building up long-term relationships with buyers, with people who want to visit here, because we are slow to understand the supply chain and how to connect them. So I would urge everybody to please focus on that. Customer care at all levels. Sometimes the people in the street are better at it than some of us. And we need to remove the constraints, especially in image, that is really holding us back. And that's really, in a way, very simple. What makes the image of a country? Well, the region is complex, but we need to talk about it. We need to explain to people, while the region might be complex, the country is working well. It's stable. But one of the major countries in the world has a category 3 travel advice for this country, which is at the same level of Somalia, the Central African Republic, and South Sudan. Now I leave it to everybody in this room and anybody who's listening to say, is that a valid comparison? Is this something that is appropriate? Well, some of us have tried for years to challenge this, but what is the government of Uganda doing to do this? We have a major government that has a restriction on Queen Elizabeth National Park. Is that justified? Why is it justified? What is it being done to change it? What are the constraints of that to make sure that that travel advice is fixed? Is it that the security by the government services is not enough? Is it that we are not talking about it enough? But these things cannot go on forever. For the last 28 years, every year we have lived with various negative travel advisories. As a government of Uganda, you have a responsibility to make sure you fix it. You make sure that you discuss with your partners why this is. It cannot only be left to the private sector. So as we discussed, there's a whole supply chain connecting to the world. We need to have a voice in the global market, a consistent, solid, respected voice. People, when they hear from us, they should know that they are speaking to people with authority. We need to have quality products, a culture of excellence. And this is not new. I think it was Dr. Rukana Ruganda who said 20 years ago, we need crass and elegance, as he put it in his special way of describing it. He said that in my memory 20 years ago. Have we created crass and elegance products in Uganda, or are we still just making do and just providing anything that comes along? One of the main things that detracts people from this country are the human rights laws. And I know all of you know which law I'm talking about, but I'm not going to mention it. It is for a government of a country to decide what laws it enacts. It is not for an individual like me to comment on it. But you have to ask, if a country has laws that create a negative impact, is that a good thing? Is that appropriate? Why, if you want to market a country, do you have laws that have negative perceptions? And that is for lawmakers to decide and balance. It's not for me, but it's a major issue that we face in the world. So we have discussed issues like infrastructure, management of tourism products, poaching, supporting communities, and believing in conservation, not for the sake of it. A national park should not be seen as a rich person's toy. And you, sir, have explained why they are so important. A national park is a resource like any other. A national park is a resource to be mined. A national park can pay money to the exchequer. Conservation must pay. Conservation is not a privileged person's private yard. And we are not making conservation pay. There are some wonderful examples in this continent where national parks that were not working have been turned around by the government in question, in addition to working with key partners. If you don't have expertise, bring it in, do a PPP. There are a number of parks in this continent where outside experts have been brought in, different international organizations to do PPPs, and that has changed how they work. Why don't we consider that in Uganda? The other issue is that not only is our perception sometimes in regional terms or in legal terms sometimes be negative, people sometimes think that this is not a good country to work in, that it's not business friendly, that it has administrative issues, that it has issues of governance. Again, I plead with you to address these issues. Make it easy for people to do business here. Make it easy for people to buy land. Sometimes if you want to buy a piece of land in this country, it can take years to do the titling. And as you know, once you have the title, you can still lose your land. Now, these are issues that we have known for many years. These are issues we need to tackle. So I don't want to focus totally on the negative. This is a great country. It has a great past and a great culture and great potential. And there are some wonderful, qualified, educated, hardworking, resourceful people in this country. I'm proud how our entire company is staffed by people from this region. The Great Lakes region has some of the finest, hardworking people in the world. We would not be able to survive without them. So there are many things going for this country, the products, the national parks, not only the gorillas and chimps, but lions and other species that we have discussed, Murchison Falls, the lake. We all know the history of this country. So let's focus on a paradigm shift. Let's focus on changing the image. Let's proactively fight for Uganda's place in the world with the region. Uganda cannot do this on its own. It has to learn the lessons of the region. What is Kenya doing well? What is Tanzania doing well? What is Rwanda doing well? How do we fit into that? Why are they more successful in many areas than we are? Why are we behind? I believe we can be at the same level of the rest of East Africa. I believe it needs a paradigm shift to create a culture of excellence. In the last 25 years, the historical, so to speak, have opened this country up. It is peaceful, it is stable, it works well. The next 25 years should be that Uganda becomes, with the rest of this region, world leaders in tourism. Thank you, Madam Veronica.
Thank you so much, Mr. Praveen. You've all heard it. I keep emphasizing he wasn't there when the top CEOs were discussing. Everything that you've heard has been shared by the top in this industry. It's a problem that I hope we can all address. I just want to mention that when you look at the NDP4, that is the national plan that we have for this country, everything that has been said by the stakeholders when I was reading through step by step is all documented there and how it's going to be done. So if the private sector is saying the same thing, the government is saying the same thing, the question is implementation. And I hope we can get there. So without any further ado, if we have any questions, I guess we'll take some questions. If you have a question, you raise your hand, and then we can get the answers. We'll take a few questions, I believe. Question? Oh, I forgot the ED. Forgive me a second. My ED from Uganda Development Corporation is coming to speak to us. Is coming to speak to us about access to credit. It's been something that has been talked about. I just need to give you a little bit of background. Uganda Development Corporation is going to be, they lend to usually large-scale corporations, but they are our anchor in Uganda for those who badly need credit, but you cannot get it from the private sector. The government has brought in an intervention through UDC, where those projects that are of very critical to the country, but are unable to access funding, are going to UDC for such funding, and he's going to give us some insights. Can I get the microphone, please? The mobile microphone? Please bring it to the... And that is Dr. Patrick Birungi from Uganda Development Corporation. Oh, come to the podium. I apologize.
Thank you, Dr. Vero. Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretaries, Honorable MPs present. I've been asked to talk about financing, but I will start with my own learning today morning in an effort to reach this meeting. I was supposed to come here travel here yesterday, but when I woke up around 5 a.m., omugongo gwayeseka. I don't know how to say that in English. How do you say that? But the body jammed, the back pained. It pained because on Wednesday last week, I left Fort Potro and I drove through that road. So this time, it said you can't take me back on that road. So when it did that, I canceled and then I asked my colleague to join, Obey, stand up. So my colleague, Obey, came to represent me in this meeting. But then at the same time, I asked myself that Honorable Butime is going to be in that meeting. He's going to ask the organizers, did you invite Virungi of UDC? A son of the soil. I told myself I must go. But how do I reach here? So I started to look for alternative ways of coming here. And therefore, I chose to fly to Kasese and then drive to the meeting. But in my journey here, I learned a few things already. Number one is that when I reached the airport, I was lining up with the people going to Istanbul. So the queue was very long, and I'm going to Uganda. So I noted that if we are to promote tourism, we need a domestic terminal. So that is one learning that I got today. It was my first time to do it here, but that was my first learning when I was coming. My second learning, when I reached the plane of about 12-seater, were about 8 people on the plane, but I was the only black on the plane. Only black, and therefore only Ugandan, most likely, on that plane. So meaning that these flights are actually supporting tourism. My third learning was when we landed in Kasese, I realized we are landing on grass. So what was going in my mind was, how much does it cost really to do a tarmac to run from there to there? That was my learning today as I came here. So what is UDC? I represent UDC. I'm the executive director, as has been introduced. I come from Kyenjojo, a few kilometers from here. UDC is a government body established by an Act of Parliament, CAP 208. And it was established to facilitate industrial and economic development of Uganda. So you facilitate industrial and economic development, which means the mandate is very broad. We always try to find our way around and have focused on two core objectives, which I must do in the law. That is to promote and assist in the financing, management, or establishment of new undertakings. And the second one is to undertake research in industrial development. So those are our must-do objectives as Uganda Development Corporation. We do a lot of other things, but I will focus on the role we play in the tourism subsector. We are in the high-end space of the tourism subsector, especially in the MICE, the meeting, incentives, conferences, and so on, space. We are 50% stakeholders in the Speak Resort Convention Center, the new facility that hosted NAM last year. So we own 50% stake in that new facility, and we're part of the team that pulled it off in exactly 1 year. We own the asset of Serena Kampala, meaning that facility which is run by TPS under the Serena brand. So that asset is owned by UDC, 100% on behalf of government of Uganda. We also own a 25% stake in Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort, below the Speak Resort Convention Center. So we are also into that space. And to promote cultural tourism, we also found ourselves owning a 49% stake in Igongo in Imbarara. So we are in the high-end space, and our aim really is to see how we can attract bigger conferences, bigger meetings into the country as well. But even in this space alone, we find challenges. For the Secretariat to note is that sometimes the coordination of these bigger conferences, the coordination mechanism is very, very difficult. That even if you go and market and you want to bring a conference into Uganda, they are willing to come to Uganda, but then they will say it is a government-wide organization. So you struggle to get the entire government into the organization of such meetings. It's one of our biggest challenges for the MICE subspace. I know UTB has a facility to do it, but also it doesn't have the power to call other sectors to order. In terms of future projects for us as UDC that we are looking at the moment, we are yet to discuss with my brother in UA, but we want to establish a high-end tourism facility in Queen Elizabeth National Park, and also a 4-star facility in Kabalega, near Kabalega Airport in Hoima. So those are the kind of projects that we are looking at. They must be high-end. Dr. Vero, I think he left a phone here. I tried to put it off and I failed. I don't know how they do this. So we, we, we don't finance ourselves. We don't have a fund for tourism development of private sector smaller units. But I think we need to work together because we are developing an industrial and economic development fund. The Industrial and Economic Development Fund is established within the UDC Act. And part of what we are developing at the moment is to try within that fund to have a component where we can mobilize capital and provide that capital to the small hotels and other facilities that are coming up in the tourism subspace. But I know many of our colleagues have several facilities, but our biggest challenge in financing these facilities, because of the heavy capital investment at the beginning, is usually the cost of capital, very high interest rates, and that is a big inhibitor for financing tourism facility because of the initial capital outlay that is required. Maybe what we need is, this has been proposed and discussed a number of times, maybe like Vero said, Dr. Veronica, we call her Vero. Like Dr. Veronica said, is that we need to implement more. And I think we need a concerted tourism development fund, and we develop it and push that till the end, and UDC would be happy to be part of this journey. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Virunji. As I told you, we are saying the same exact things. The Tourism Development Fund was talked about yesterday. On every meeting we've been at, it has been talked about. So I like that this is being emphasized in all areas. So we can take some questions. Yes, please. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we can take 5, 6. It will depend on the time that we have, please. This side, that side. Let me start with this side. Okay, maybe here, then I go here, because some of us were on the panels, so I want to give the folks who didn't say anything at all to talk as well. Let me start with this gentleman, then number 2 is there. There was a number 3, 4. An honorable, okay. And then let's get started. May I?
Yeah, Honorable Alex Ruhunda. I have really loved the critical analysis of this gentleman, Pravin. Yeah, positive critical analysis. But then quickly, since UTB is here, you know, we fought hard to get money for UTB to market Uganda. I'm really very shocked when I see that our rating in the travel advisor for the last 28 years is really at a low ebb. How dare can they compare us with Somalia, where there are bombs every day? And yet we passed a big budget for UTB to market Uganda. So what is the problem? I think UTB, you must come out clean on this and you explain. The other is, I think when you listen, there is a very huge challenge. And we have the National Planning Authority here. National Planning Authority, now we are into NDP 4. What is the problem? How can you not have a master plan of the entire country, the development of the entire country, and the monitoring of this process? How can we see roads deteriorate to a level where we look ugly? Actually, for me, every time I pass that road, I get goose pimples, I curse, and yet, you know, the people, they see us as people who are decision makers. Really, you people who are who are supposed to implement and make this country move, why are you making life difficult for us? I want really the Ministry of Finance and the National Planning Authority to come clean on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are going to give, let's first give Madam Olive Rumonya to clarify on the Kasese Airport, then we'll go to the others.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Birungi's question, I think it's important for us to share some information. For us to do the runway for Kasese, which is about 3.5 kilometers, we'll need about $43 million. And the calculation is very clear, and I'm going to share with you. The runway in Kasese right now has a railway line. So what government is doing now, negotiations that are going on with the Chinese company that has come in, they visited last week. One of the things they will do is to first of all divert the railway line. Now when you do a runway, it's almost 6 times what you'll do. So for example, the 3.5 kilometer runway is equivalent to 21-kilometer road. Because the impact of an aircraft to fly, and this is research that has been conducted globally. So the figures I'm giving you are not for Uganda. If you went to China and looked at how much it would cost to do a road of 21 kilometers, that is the cost of a runway. So fortunately, as I said, government is in final negotiations. We visited, I think, last week, and that process is still going on. If we are lucky and they are able to come on board, the Chinese company, then they will be able to do that runway. Thank you.
Derek?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. By the name Sublime Peter, I'm the CEO of Vumbula Uganda Festival and Source of the Nile Festival. These are tourism festivals that I believe are very unique and fall under MICE. Every time we organize these festivals, there's a very huge trickle-down effect in terms of, you know, economic impact. You're looking at vendors, tour operators, accommodation facilities, transportation partners, all of these people, you know, cashing in, and that is tourism for us. My question and plea is to the UDB, Mr. Patrick Birungi. He has talked about, you know, stake in these conventions, speak, and so many other facilities. Yesterday I was arguing with someone here, and they were saying, but you see, MICE is conference. No, MICE is meetings, incentives, conferences, and events. I'll give you an example. Look at Zimbabwe, Zambia. They have what we call Vic Falls Carnival. This is a carnival that brings in numbers that come from across the globe, and they spend. And I'm kindly asking Mr. Patrick, can we have stake, for example, in an event like Source of the Nile Festival? Because honestly speaking, we are talking about marketing, but we can't be marketing everything. I have a degree in marketing. I can tell you that having a target audience, having a unique selling point is very important. We can all agree that Source of the Nile Festival or Source of the Nile as a site is unique because Kenya doesn't have that. Rwanda doesn't have that. Yeah? USA doesn't have Source of the Nile. Why don't we invest in Source of the Nile so that we are able to market? My plan is to market in 10 countries where a River Nile passes. We all agree that Egypt, you know, 90% of their economy depends on Source of the Nile. Why don't we have a stake, for example, Mr. Patrick? I would kindly request a stake, for example, and say, because every time I organize Vumbula Uganda Festival, Source of the Nile Festival, I'm spending 100 million every single event, and I've never gotten any support from the ministry. I've never gotten any support, and I really appreciate that I've engaged. I want to appreciate Madam Doreen Katusime. I've had conversations with her, and she's very positive. I've had conversations with people here, but let's implement. Because again, tourism has changed, tourism has evolved. Look at countries like South Africa, they are leaders in mice. Look at countries like Rwanda here, they are using their festivals. And when their festivals are working and people are coming through, guess what? People are able to be, to visit these other sites.
If we can wrap it up maybe in the next 30 seconds.
So I'm kindly requesting for, talking about the tourism fund. I know it's really going to be very helpful, and I want us to really put it to the president. But I know there is another challenge. For example, the tourism fund is going to be put out there, but some of us, for example, you'll ask for a facility as security. But some of us don't have those securities that are going to be asked. I know what it means to have credit. You're going to say, we need, you want 200, or let's say 300 million. You could give us a security of 500 for you to be able to access that. Mr. Patrick, I'm kindly asking, some of us don't have that money. What we have is the passion for this industry. And I believe 90% of people here know about Vumbula Uganda Festival. I believe we can all agree, if we have Source of the Nile Festival, look at Victoria Falls Carnival and how much traction it's bringing in. Why don't we have stake, even if it's 50%, and say, okay, we are going to put your production where you spend 70 million. We are going to give you the, I've been paying venue.
I'm going to interrupt you a second.
40.
We have got the point, but I would like everyone else here to get a chance. So if I can
Mr.
please
Patrick
beg,
Birungi,
get me the microphone, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. But let me help him wrap up the point. We do have a tourism fund that we are trying to propose. Access to credit is the biggest problem. 90% of Ugandans do not possess collateral. So whenever you ask for collateral, you exclude the highest majority of Ugandans who don't have it. So the use of chatels, use of other options is what he's saying. Do we have alternatives to asking us for collateral? Can you ask for something that we can actually provide and access these funds? And I think that's the point he's raising. I think the microphone is behind there, then it will come back. And your point is very well noted here. I don't think that Dr. Patrick is going to answer, it's just feedback. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Wright. I'm the owner of Wild Places Africa. Like Praveen, I've been here for over 30 years investing in tourism in 5-6 different national parks. I'd like to ask a question to each of the panelists. Firstly, starting with oil and gas. You talk very big numbers, huge investment in Murchison. There's massive infrastructure going into the Delta, as we all know. But at the moment, Chihuahua has 100 rangers seconded to oil and gas out of the 400 ranger force. A lot of the rangers, because we have a property in Murchison Falls, are not that interested in their job because they want to work for oil and gas because they get more money. Why can't oil and gas assist Uganda Wildlife Authority in a major way by fencing the Belisa side of the park with people fencing to prevent people entering the national park and really make a major contribution other than a few cars or something like that? Perhaps they can offer something serious. We're talking about 4.5 billion barrels of recoverable oil. It would be nice to see them maybe offer $30–40 million to UWA to ensure the park is protected properly and the animals are looked after. For James Musunguzi, the ED of UWA, you know, we have 9 million acres, over 9 million acres of protected area, of which we're probably only utilizing 1 million acres. That includes Uganda Wildlife Authority and Amazing Forest Reserve. We have over 5,000 chimpanzees in wildlife conservation areas, and yet we're all fighting for permits in Kibale Forest to track them. Why isn't the private sector allocated areas inside forest reserves or inside the national parks where they can habituate their own chimpanzees? We can create more product throughout the country. So we need to develop, we need to look at all those assets, which are currently, I think most of the poachers could claim squatter rights in, a large part of them. We need to protect them and then maybe bring in private sector partners to do it. Unfortunately, there's an NGO law at the moment which makes it very difficult for NGOs to operate in Uganda. There's a lot of money available for conservation in Uganda, but URA charges taxes on imports to assist Uganda Wildlife Authority. Please, can we revisit the NGO law? I'm not talking about where people are criticizing government or necessarily on the human rights side, but specifically where the government is unconcerned, where money can be found to assist the Wildlife Authority and the forest reserves and everywhere else. Praveen, a very simple question, okay, and you're a very successful marketing man. What is the first 2 questions that a tour operator in the UK you're trying to introduce Uganda, what do they ask you? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's get the answers each and every one of the panelists has. We'll start with the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy. Go ahead, please.
Okay, mine came from Sean. I'll quickly address it on how the oil and gas sector can support Uganda Wildlife Authority and therefore the tourism industry when it comes to the requirements of UWA. Well, as a sector, we are keen to form sectoral linkages with the rest of the sectors, and we continue to work together to understand what support is required where and to what extent the different entities can be supported, not only from the government side, but also working with our partners, the oil companies, through corporate social responsibility. We are happy to engage UWA. They have not expressly indicated that they need this support, but we are happy to engage to understand the extent of support they require and to what level the oil and gas sector can then come in to really ensure that they continue supporting not only the sector, but the wider parks that they are taking care of. So we'll have that discussion with UWA and we see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Edie.
Thank you very much, Veronica.
Welcome.
Jonathan is asking why we are not bringing in the private sector to support the conservation efforts. Yes, the modern way now, world over, is that governments are entering into conservation management partnerships with private players to support, bring in models of conservation world over. We have started it in Uganda. We are already having Space for Giants in Pianupe Wildlife Reserve. They are helping us in managing that area. We signed a cooperative management agreement where they have obligations, we have obligations, and the partnership is working well. We are studying the partnerships and how it is working as we are learning along the way, with a view to scale up the good practices that are learned from those partnerships. You cannot go full blast before you appreciate and learn some of the good practices, but otherwise, emanating from that, we've had some lessons, and at the moment, we are actually in partnership and negotiation with the Wildlife Conservation Society to enter into a cooperative management agreement for the Ishasha area. That's one of the initiatives we are working on for the recovery of lions. We have got a proposal as management. We have had a discussion. We have gone to the board, and the board is discussing the same. And we think that there will be multiplier effects regarding our conservation. So yes, it's a new model where you involve the private sector or the NGO world to support conservation through management partnerships, which we are exploring, but we are going slowly for us to be able to learn the good practices so that we go into what we know. But what I can assure you is that that's the modern model, and UWA is going there. It's already working in Pianupe, working with Space for Giants. We seem to be going with Wildlife Conservation Society. Most likely it's going to happen. And so we need to scale up. Like you've rightly said, it is a huge estate that we are managing, almost 10% of Uganda's area. According to the IUCN numbers, one ranger is supposed to man 10 square kilometers. That's the standard, international standard of law enforcement. But as we stand, as Uganda Wildlife Authority, one ranger is manning 22 square kilometers. So you can see that we still have a long way to go in terms of building capacity. We need to recruit more Ugandans to carry out law enforcement. We need to employ technology to be able to offer effective law enforcement, we shall get there. Because Ugandans are there, they need jobs. But you must first make the money to be able to ensure that you're going to take care of their wage bill. So we know what we want, and we know that we must work with partners, but we also have to go cautiously by understanding what we are going into and seeing the good practices that are emanating from what we've implemented so far in Pianupe. Like I've said, we are going to Ishasha now, entering a partnership for the recovery of the lions, and we shall get there. So, if there is anybody, Jonathan, express interest, give us a proposal. And given the proposals that you give us, we shall evaluate, and if we are happy, we shall be happy to work with you in a partnership agreement. We've also done that. Kaboya, you can see how the COBs have recovered very, very well, working with private partnerships. So yes, we are engaging, albeit in a slow, careful, cautious manner. So please, if you have a proposal, we are happy to receive it and study it and take it through the processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James Musinguzi. Over to Mr. Praveen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Veronica, and thank you for all these interesting questions. And again, it's to stress that this dialogue is so helpful and so useful. So well done again for doing this. We all have different opinions, different experiences, but the ability to discuss that in a friendly way, I think is so important for all of us. And I think that is what is so great. So you say, I'm not trying to be critical, I was assessing what I believe is fact-based assessment. If you assess, if you do a market analysis, you look at what are the constraints of the market. Do people know about this destination? What do they know about it? Do they know enough? If not, what can you do to make them know more? How do you resolve any perceptions they have? And that picks up Jonathan's comments. When you talk to people overseas, they say, yes, we hear Uganda is a very interesting, very beautiful country. Is it safe? The first question they ask because of these travel advisories. And the second is they talk about the human rights perception. So these are, I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger, right? This is what we face daily in the market. We go to the market with great enthusiasm at huge cost around the world. I have a colleague in the US today. We were in South Africa 3 weeks ago. We'll be somewhere else next week. The cost of marketing is huge for small companies and disproportionate to what we are earning. Since the travel advisories have gone more negative in recent years, occupancy has declined to, for most lodges in the Western area, below 25%. Which business can survive occupancies at this level? Is tourism in this country viable? Ask yourself the figures. Look at the hard figures that investors have to put in. And the gentleman, who talked about the tourism fund, he talked about the constraints of getting money. Those of us who've been lucky enough to find some money from somewhere, we need a return. Ask the tourism companies of Uganda, what is their return over the last 30 years since tourism opened? And ask the companies who are invested in countries in the rest of the region, what is their return? So it's a factual assessment. So, picking up these things, if we are going to make progress, dialogue is very important. Use successful models from around the world. I don't want to speak about any specific organization, but I'm conscious that there are organizations, and the ED mentioned them, who are good at running national parks, who are good at bringing in capacity that you don't have. After all, Uganda had capacity in 1960. We all know that. We lost it in the bad years. Today, in a number of years, we have great capacity. We have a national airline. We have an airport, although as the Tourism Fund gentleman pointed out, isn't it absurd that you have to get past the Istanbul queue to come to Kisoro or to Kasese? Why can't we have a simple terminal? Why can't we make life easy? Entebbe Airport, sometimes the queues are so bad when you're leaving and exiting, you almost wish you could walk out of the country, right? So simple things. We all have constraints, and as Jonathan said, private sector companies are forced to perform. If we do not deliver a product, we don't survive. And that's what makes us move on. So please think about our expertise. In an ethical way, ask us for our input. Ask us, can you manage this better than us? How will you manage this? What is the product you will produce? What is the return you'll give UWA or the private sector? Despite all these difficulties, we have opened a lodge called Kibale Lodge down the road. and I don't want to do PR for it, but we have won 3 awards this year from American magazines to say it is one of the top hotels in the world. Now, how have we done it? It's an 8-room hotel. We don't have the ambitions for the tourism fund people to do giant structures. But you can, with 8-room hotels, if you decide what you're going to do and work hard at it, you can make a marketing success. And the same lessons we can use for the rest of Uganda. So I would say, please bring in partners, please help us with the image of this country, and please help us with the human rights, and as well with the infrastructure. And the other issue is this whole business of the oil industry. I think it's great Uganda has oil. Let's use it to develop the country. But where it is causing negative impacts on conservation, they must play a part in doing their part in stopping that. So as Jonathan said, they are making big money for the country. That's great. But they must also make sure that we don't damage Murchison Falls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we allowed to take some more questions? UTB, you have an answer. Can I get someone from UTB if we have representation? It's a question about how we have been, I think, level 3 on the advisories for a while, and what we are going to do or what we are doing to manage that.
Yes, Honourable MP, Minister, Madam PS. Yes, Uganda Tourism Board. I don't know if you know 2024, 2025, sorry, 2023, 2024, our budget was actually cut by a half. We've only just gotten money. Thank you very much. I hope you voted for our money. Good, thank you very much. So I should thank you for the increase in the budget for 2025-2026 financial year. The year has just started. We have a new CEO on ground. Sorry, I should have introduced myself. I am the board chair of Uganda Tourism Board. We have a new CEO, new team, including the lady seated next to you. She also sits on the board. I don't know if she didn't declare herself to you. So we are running with new budget, new energy, and to promote the Pearl of Africa. So you shall see results. Mr. MP, you can start asking me next year and the year after that if Honourable Minister extends our tenure, right? I hope that has given you some comfort. We have our strategies in place, etc. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are some, I don't know, he's taking it somewhere.
Thank you very much. My name is Mariam Kluger, and my question goes to Dr. Msinguzi. We used to have 3 times tracking in Kibali Forest during the high season, but now we reduced it to 2 times a day. And you find that a group goes out and there are about 40 people are tracking at the same time. And to me, when I get feedback from my guests, they feel like it's too much, 40 people to be tracking. Sometimes you find there are only 4 chimpanzees, and there are 40 people all looking at those 4 chimpanzees, wanting to take photos. So I wish you could introduce the 10 o'clock tracking so that to reduce on the numbers, because also this gives the animals a lot of stress when they are surrounded with so many people. My other question is on the Semliki National Park. We have a lot of people who would like to track, to go for a day's trip in the mountains in Semliki. But most of the time you find that people pay entrance fees, and again they pay an activity fee, which makes it very expensive. Because when you look at visiting national parks, they pay only 1 fee for tracking. For entrance is the same as the same amount is for tracking. So this makes the tracking in Rwenzori in Semliki National Park not profitable because of that. Most people are using the community trail, and yet the government or UA would be earning a lot of money out of this. Another one also, I'm also emphasizing on on Mr. Pravin's comment on promoting Uganda. I travel sometimes and I go to Germany, but most of the time, there are sometimes when I meet people and they ask me, where do you come from? When I say Uganda, do you know that some people are still thinking that Idi Amin is our president?
Very true.
And people are always saying, oh, you come from Uganda, how about Idi Amin? And when you tell them, oh man, the guy left a long time ago and he's even dead, he's under the ground, people don't believe. So we need to market the place, the branding it really needs a lot of, time to do that and to advertise Uganda in a positive and proper way. Thank you.
That was the last question. If we can get the ED to respond,
Thank
and then
you.
we'll wrap up.
Thank you, Dr.
And progress
Veronica.
with the program. I do apologize.
Yes, thank you very much for the observation. That is true. When I joined UA, I found they had removed the mid-morning tracking. And we have agreed to reinstate that morning tracking, mid-morning, to reduce the congestion in Kanyanchu. That has come to our knowledge. We cannot allow that to continue. But also, the good news is that we are habituating more chimp groups in Mainaro, in Sebitoli. You're going to have more chimpanzee groups so that you can have various groups tracking different chimpanzee groups as opposed to concentrating in Kanyanchu. That has come to our attention, and I want to assure you we are doing something about it. And we are preparing ourselves. We are going to reinstate the mid-morning tracking so that we reduce the pressure and the congestion that has been observed over this period that we have undergone. So we take note, but already doing something about it. The issue about Tusemulik is about packaging. We must move away from individualistic fees, and then we do a package. For example, if I'm going to Queen Elizabeth National Park and I'm interested in entrance and then the experiential lion activity, why don't we package that and somebody pays at once through the gate? So that I go in with my pass, indicating the various activities that I'm going to undertake. I just present my pass, I undertake the activity, so that I pay at once and then get all the experiences at once, so that I don't have to pay here, pay there. It's inconveniencing. The tourist wants to enjoy himself or herself, so we are working on that. We are packaging, making packages which you can pay for at once and enjoy that package. Briefly, allow me to talk about the travel advisory. 1 second, Veronica. I attended the inaugural Uganda Airlines flight in London, and we were with the British High Commissioner to Uganda. And she has been very key in supporting our Name and Save the Rhino campaign. Some of the discussions we have had have been largely centering on the negative travel advisory. And their position is that they report a situation as is. And our argument has been, when the situation changes, why don't you then change as well? Because one of the problems we have is the problem of the tourists we had in Queen Elizabeth. But that has since gone away and things have normalized. So she has told us that end of this year they are coming, the security system is coming from the UK to do an assessment of the status quo, and then they will update accordingly. So they monitor a situation over a long period of time, and then they monitor and update. And the president of this country has had a specific meeting with her regarding travel advisories. So private sector, I want you to know that government is not seated. A lot is being done about some of these things, but of course, they are behind the scenes, you may not know, but a lot is being done to make sure Uganda is upgraded from level 3 of travel advisory so that we can promote this country. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Previn has some feedback, then we will end the
Thank you,
session.
Dr. Veronica. Thank you. Just to add on to the ED's points, and it's very helpful again to have these questions and discuss them, sir. And I think your new dynamic approach to UWA gives us hope that we will see some changes. So the travel advice, it's great that the government is lobbying because the private sector cannot do it enough. The other issue is this product. What is the key product of Uganda chimpanzees, and gorillas. And of course, Murchison and other areas. And that's what we must collectively, as different stakeholders, work together to produce excellence. So, we have been sending guests to Kibale and also to Chambura, for example, for the last 28 years. And the feedback often is not good. So I'm glad you're handling it, sir. I don't want to get into the detail of it, but it's exactly that. It's man management. If you are getting 40 people, as the lady said, sometimes 80 people around one chimpanzee family, you are stressing chimpanzees, you are causing disease transfer potentially, and you are giving a bad experience to visitors. So we have certainly been working with the previous ED to try and approach and help that. And also we realized the briefing wasn't good enough, so we worked with them to improve the briefing. So we are ready to work with you. We provided briefing, which is at Kibale, which explains to guests what they should expect. And these things are critical. The management of an experience, the selling of it, so it is world class. Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for today, and I thank all my panelists for joining me here.
I'm glad Doctor remembered the group photo. Okay. May I kindly invite the Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary to join the group photo alongside the Chairman of the Presidential CEO Forum, Mr. Katongole, please. Okay, and there it is. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And at this juncture, I would like to recognize the presence of the RCC, Fort Portal City. Madame Nasike Asmin, you're welcome. We are in safe hands. And before she came to Fort Portal, she was in Mbale City and Mbale District before that. You're welcome. I hope the people of Fort Portal are treating you well. Ah, nice, nice. Also with us, we have the regional assistant to the Mufti, Bunyoro Toro Muslims region, Sheikh Talib Hussein. You're welcome. And he came along with the chairman Toro Muslim region, Al-Hajj Bashir Kayondo, together with the deputy district Qadi Toro Muslim region, Sheikh Twaha Manguhea. Thank you for gracing the occasion. Right about now, I would like to invite Dance with Valentino, which presents the beauty of the natural world of Uganda and its people, and how together they believe that they can amplify the fabulous beauties of Uganda through dance. So I don't think they'll be dancing alone. I think they'll be getting you to dance with them. And I look forward to quite the engagement. So over to dance with Valentino.
When I sleep from the night, I feel my soul come alive. Memories flooding back. I climb the hills of Chikoti. I see the walls of Shibu. I hear the roar of the lion in me. Roaming from the source of River Nile down to the falls of Machazan. Oh, let me see Karamoja, hear the sound of home Africa.
And that's Dance with Valentino, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Valentino, and your group. And right about now, we're getting on with our program. We are moving into our keynote address on attractions and investment. And I'm glad to see Madame Palkakoza walking with the Honorable Minister, because she's the one who is going to be giving us the address. And thereafter, Mr. Geoffrey Munyara. But first, allow me to invite Ms. Palkakoza for the keynote. Okay, check.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, Madam PS, the honorable members of Parliament, and all the Abatoro who have welcomed us very well to Fort Portal Tourism City. On behalf of the Uganda Tourism Board, and as a dedicated contributor to the tourism industry, I also express our gratitude to the President's CEO Forum and to all our valued stakeholders for being part of this essential platform for discussions aimed at elevating Uganda's tourism sector by looking to transform our tourism destination. As you all know, tourism plays a vital role in economic development by generating significant revenue, creating jobs, and stimulating infrastructure development. As a major source of foreign exchange earnings, tourism boosts a country's balance of payments and fosters economic diversification. It drives employment, not only within the tourism sector itself, such as hotels, restaurants, tour and travel agencies, communities, but also all the other industries, transport, retail, agriculture, all of which feed into the tourism value chain. Tourism encourages investments, roads, airports, ICT, and also cultural preservation and conservation of cultural and natural heritage. We have learned yesterday, and through testimonies and all the panel discussions, who have been, by the way, a very, very high quality set of people who have brought to the fore each of the unique discussions and what they want to see. Tourism is a core pillar of Uganda's growth agenda, specifically within the new NDP4 and the ATM strategy. ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals, and this strategy aims to expand Uganda's economy tenfold from approximately $10 billion per annum to 500 billion within 15 years of unveiling this new 25-fold growth. We have learned and discussed about the challenges facing the sector, and thank you very much, fellow CEOs, for bringing this to the fore, and I'm sure there's a group of people who shall and we've agreed the touch points which we feel must come out. Branding consistency has been talked about, and Uganda's weak overall position on the global scale, which is only 65% visibility. When people go to the tourism trade fairs, as you heard, first question they ask, is Idi Amin still there? What about your anti-gay bills, etc., etc. Tourism sector players have managed to navigate these hard questions by counteracting the good over the bad perceptions. We have a heavy reliance on, I'll call it low-value African source markets, because the fact is that we have approximately 63% of our tourists come from the neighboring countries and within the rest of Africa. We have to work harder. We must work harder as a country and think differently. If I may compare to Kenya, Kenya last week launched a tourism revolution, as what they called it. Kenya wants to bring 10 million tourists, international travelers they called them, to Kenya by 2036. At the moment, they have 2.4 million visitors. We also have, as has been highlighted, an absence of effective crisis management and communication systems. What is termed human rights violations, and this has, of course, impacted on our destination. International marketing representation, the focus has now changed, and we are engaging in what has been called the economic and commercial diplomacy strategy, which was officially launched in Gulu City last week among the heads of our missions in the different countries where Uganda is represented. I think there were 34 of them. We should thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for working with Uganda Tourism Board and with the Ministry of Tourism to make this a reality. I'd like to personally also thank the British High Commissioner to Uganda, who has been Uganda's stalwart supporter from when Uganda Airlines launched Entebbe-London Gatwick route on the 18th May. Those of you who saw the video, she was actually the first person to step off our Uganda Airlines plane in London. She's been advocating, as you know, through UA, the naming of the rhinos, and endorsement of the conservation projects under UA. Her joke is, she says that now my mother cannot say she cannot visit me because there's a direct flight from London to Entebbe. And she talks about our pineapples being the best in the world, fact. Our Robusta coffee. Uganda must brand itself as the home of Robusta coffee. And let us ride on these friendships that we have, the goodwill that we have with the foreign missions in Uganda. What also came out strongly is we need to strengthen our tourism data credibility. We must invest in proper data collection so that we know exactly where our visitors are going, where they are spending money, and we need to tap into the needs and perceptions of the potential high-value travelers. Much as we have chimpanzees, gorillas, source of the Nile, Murchison Falls, the potential for mice, meetings, incentives, conferences, events, is huge. Through Uganda Tourism Board's UCB, Uganda Convention Bureau, we are going to have more staff managing that bureau so that we can compete favorably on the global market. Culture, marine tourism, faith-based tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know Nigeria has got 4 churches that are named after St. Charles Lwanga? Yes, this is a fact. Uganda has martyrs, but we also gave the world, the Catholic Church, saints. 4 churches in Nigeria are named St. Charles Lwanga. We must ride on those already existing potentials to bring those visitors to Uganda and to experience firsthand where St. Charles Lwanga was persecuted, and to come to Namugongo and see what tourism offering we have in our faith-based. Culture, the Kenyans try to say they have culture. I'm sorry, Geoffrey. The Kenyans, to the best of my knowledge, only have the Swahili culture along the coast and the so-called Maasai culture. I was in Nairobi last week at the JW Marriott Hotel. They have a Maasai all dressed up. He opens the door for you. Oh, welcome to the JW Marriott. Now, members, this is the top-notch 5-star quality product in the Marriott group, but they have their Maasai warrior to welcome the visitor. Whether he's a real Maasai or a fake, the Kenyans have woven the story so well. You said, I was welcomed by a Maasai warrior to the JW Marriott. Just a point to note. Culture. This week we have Mpango in Fort Portal. We also have the Karamoja Festival, Source of the Nile Festival, which our fellow stakeholder was talking about. And those things we can tell to the world. Of course, there's also Nyege Nyege. I think that is a signature event which everyone knows about. How are we going to build on this? Because we can't continue running or looking for the same thing and expecting different results. As tourism, we need to map our lake, the hydrographic survey, so that we promote the safety and ease the rescue if we need on Lake Victoria. During this CEO forum, let me talk about MAF, Mission Aviation Fellowship, who have confirmed that this year, or probably next month, they're going to have the first amphibious aircraft landing on Lake Victoria. Absolutely fantastic, Sam. But there is no framework for seaplanes. UCAA, we must hasten this so that we open this area of investment. We must also tap into the new trends of tourism. I went to AI and I asked, what are the new tourism trends globally? Number 1, cultural immersion, eco-conscious and personalized experiences, affordable getaways to less crowded destinations, nature, major sporting or cultural events. And they want flexible itineraries with high value, local and sustainable options. Members, Uganda never was among what we call the mass tourism market. What is mass tourism? You have a TUI flight flying out of London Stansted or London City Airport. 350 passengers, Kenya coast. offload, they go to one resort, they actually never leave the resort. They bask in the sun. Because it's a fully paid, all-inclusive package, including air, bask in the sun, eat the food when it's ready, dinner, lunch, breakfast, and then sun themselves. After 2 weeks, they hop back on the plane and they say they have visited Kenya. That is mass tourism. Uganda never had that. So what is the new traveler looking for today? They're looking for cultural and immersive experiences, something Uganda has aplenty. I heard a new trend for the first time by Dr. Jimmy, geotourism. Mr. Engineer from Fort Portal, let me call you out. This is something you could look into. Geotourism. You said you were an engineer? Yes. Try and Google and see what it is. It's a form of responsible, knowledge-based tourism focused on experiencing, appreciating, and conserving geographical features, while fostering a holistic understanding of the area's natural environment, cultural heritage, and local community well-being. There's also something new called agroecology, which is also a sustainable approach that applies ecological practices to design and manage food systems, emphasizing on biodiversity, soil health, and natural resource. Members, let me confess that I am also a farmer. I farm gonja, I'm a coffee farmer, I am a soursop, aka echitaferi. What do we do whenever we harvest a banana, a matoke? You cut it, lower the branch, hold on to the bunch of banana, cut it, and then what do you do with the stalk? You chop it, and then you put it to mulch. The leaves, you lay them down in a specific area. That's how we do it on our farm. Members, this is agroecology. Things which have been done, and we don't question, but we do it all the time. There's a banana farmer among us here from Fort Portal with his imbide, or else imbide, which is banana juice, before it is fermented and made into alcohol. Those are the things we're supposed to be selling. And like I said, in Uganda, we do this like we have done. Our grandmothers did it, our grandfathers did it, and we continue to do it. That is agroecology. Can I interest you in agro-tourism? Agriculture and tourism. As part of the ATMs, when we combine the two, tell me we cannot be on a win-win situation. Madam, you had a lodge. Where is she? The one who talked about the gorillas, the chimpanzees. Yes, you have a lodge. Open it up. Agriculture and tourism. As you know, agriculture is the backbone of our economy. There is no way you can go wrong. Uganda also has a low presence of international branded hotels. We know that a Marriott is coming up on Nsambya Hill. We have Golden Tulip, which is a Louvre hotel. We have Sheraton brand, Protea, Hilton, and Latitude Zero. According to the Knight Frank report, the top 10 African countries with branded chains of hotels are South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Zimbabwe, Algeria. And we do not feature at all. We're doing very badly. So investment in international hotel chains would benefit us. Why? Because the traveler, when they know they're coming to Uganda, will immediately look for a hotel chain that they can associate with. Hotel chains can also help us overcome the stigma of the negative travel advisories. Grading and classification of accommodations. And Uganda has only 12 EAC certified hotel assessors. We need to increase the pool to make sure our hotels are up to international standards. Members have talked about funding for tourism and marketing. And I'd like to tell my MP, we are working at Uganda Tourism Board, and thank you for the increased budget for Uganda Tourism Board, whose mandate is to market Uganda. You shall see a difference within the next 12 months. Visa openness. This is a discussion that has been going on for some time, and papers have been written about how accessible it is to open or for a traveler to apply for and get a visa to Uganda. But among the IGAD countries, why do we not have a visa-free regime? That is something, please, which government must think about. Uganda, as we know, is endowed, richly endowed. I want to be so bold as to say what is our unique selling points. Murchison Falls, mountain gorillas, chimpanzees. Can we also add coffee, Robusta coffee, to the mix? Because it is known that Uganda is the home of Robusta coffee. All the coffee that is grown, or Robusta coffee that is grown in Vietnam, Colombia, Brazil, originated from Uganda. Private sector investments, we have asked for money, and I'm sure that's going to come through UDB, as well as the other strategies we're looking at. Skills enhancement, product development, tax legislations, those are all what we need to make our Uganda more marketable. And of course, access to credit. We need to have regular reviews of performances, which have been launched, so that we know we are on track and we judge and see what is working effectively. In April 2023, the President talked about 5 directives. Number 1 was establishing Uganda trade hubs. That's to showcase leather, coffee, fruits. And number 2 was improve export, what he called export aerodromes. We've had a discussion about airports, aerodromes, airstrips. Harmonize tourism communication, strengthen partnerships, and support export growth. Tourism, I am happy to say, has been integrated into the broader export growth strategies, aligning with the different sectors, including PASAID, and today, this presidential CEO forum. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we're on the point of takeoff, as we say in aviation. There's no turning back. Let us all pull together, pull our resources together, and move in one direction for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We greatly appreciate. We're going to have a break for a minute to allow the technical team align a few things, and in that break, we'll just have an interlude.
And I'd like to thank the Presidential CEO Forum for this invitation. I'm actually honored to be here. And as I said, I was not going to miss this. The option to do it online, but I chose to be here because I think it's quite important to come and see this beautiful country that you have. So, Honorable Retired Tom Butime, Minister for Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Madam PS, the CEOs who are present here today, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. Good afternoon? Yes, okay, thank you. I know it's about that time when we are about to enjoy the beautiful food of Uganda. And I must say that I enjoy coming to Uganda, and one of the things I enjoy in Uganda is obviously the food. And everywhere I go, I say Uganda's got the best food in the world, that you don't even need to put any spices in that food. That's beautiful, I think. For us, we really appreciate that. So here just talk about tourism in Africa. As you said, one of the key things that we are doing at the Economic Commission for Africa is to push what would refer to as a Pan-African tourism agenda. And I do know from the discussions that have been held here today, there's a lot of emphasis on the traditional markets, and there's really nothing wrong with that. But I think it's time now we start refocusing our energies and strategies to look at the opportunities that are emerging in the African continent. So I think, I don't know how we're going to do this, but maybe we can just go to the next slide, please. Yes, so my presentation is really going to look at, and I've really talked about this everywhere I go, and I think it's important to continue emphasizing the opportunities and, that are within the African continent, and to demystify some of the misconceptions about the African continent. So look at tourism within the African, contextually African tourism within the global environment. We look at regional integration, trade, and tourism. I believe this is quite important, especially for this session. And one of the issues that we also need to start talking about is the link between tourism and aviation, because that's important, especially in the context of the talking about African tourism. Then we'll look at tourism value chains, and then look at some of the emerging prospects, domestic and regional. And then look at some of the instruments we have within the African continent and how this could inform the shaping of future tourism in Africa. Next slide. Okay. Yeah. I think you're moving faster than me. Yeah. So, so globally, we've seen that one of the facts is that tourism is a very sensitive sector. And we've seen, like, for example, the case we talk about COVID, for example, that really had a very, very drastic effect on the tourism sector globally. And all destinations actually, as of April 2020, had actually almost shut down. But we've seen that the industry has proved to be very resilient, and we've seen the full recovery of the industry as of 2024. But one of the things that we must recognize, that the resilience of the industry was actually driven by the domestic tourism market, and I'll talk about that briefly. But globally, as we can see that in 2019, the sector's share of global GDP was about 10% of global GDP. And we've seen that as of 2024, this has actually recovered and actually surpassed the 2019 figures, and currently accounts for about $11.1 trillion of the global GDP. In terms of jobs, it contributes about 334 million jobs as of 2019. But as of 2024, the figure has already gone up to close to 350 million jobs. But one of the things we need to, as I said, we must start talking about our domestic tourism markets. The fact is that 75% of all spending is actually domestic. It's about $5 trillion as of 2023. And only about 25% of that is international. So it goes to show us that we really must start talking about how we can develop our tourist markets. And the other thing is that the main purpose of travel still remains leisure, 80%, but we're seeing a growth in terms of MICE, business tourism. They're also offering us great potential for tourism. Next slide, please. So when you come, no, the previous slide, please. Yes, so when we come to the African continent, we've seen that there is a growing discussion on tourism at the continental level, but I think it's not as strong as it should be. Having said that, we've seen that the contribution of tourism is growing in the African continent, and I'm not sure how many of you are aware of Agenda 2063 of the African Union that actually places tourism at the center of its is a strategy as one of the sectors that can help us realize the goals of Agenda 2063. Now, in its first 10-year implementation framework, that's 2013-2023, there was a lot of emphasis on tourism in terms of doubling the contribution of tourism to the continental GDP from about 130 million in 2013 to about tripling to by 2013. We should be seeing that we should be close to about $230 billion. But you can see as of 2024, we are almost not very far from that target, which is about $211 billion in terms of contribution to GDP. One of the things also that Agenda 2063 also talked about was the need to double and grow intra-Africa tourism. That means African traveling within the African continent. And we're seeing that actually changing with a lot of destinations now refocusing their strategies to look at the African market. Now, the other thing about the tourism industry in the African continent is that it's actually larger. When you put it together with travel, it's actually larger than the manufacturing and banking sectors combined. So it is a very important sector in the African continent. In terms of jobs, currently as of 2024, about 28 million jobs were attributed to the tourism sector, which is about 6% of total employment. But one thing I must stress is that when you compare sectors, for example, mining and agriculture, a study has been done about this, that if you had the same investment, say an investment of about $500,000, and you compared in terms of sectors, mining, tourism, and agriculture, which sector will yield more jobs, the study revealed that actually tourism yields more jobs than mining and agricultural sectors combined. So if you want to generate employment, then you really must start talking tourism. Next slide, please. So in terms of the trends, just to give you some figures up to 2024, we can see here that it is actually growing. As of 2008, African continent was only receiving about 59 million visitors. As of 2024, the figure is actually going to about 90 million. So the numbers are growing in terms of international tourism. The same can be said in terms of international receipts as well, close to about $42 billion in 2008, and the figure's actually grown to about $57 billion as of 2024. Next slide, please. Yeah, but we are seeing not a major shift in terms of changes in terms of the destinations that we are seeing in the African continent. The traditional destinations still continue to dominate the tourism space. As we can see here, in terms of arrivals, the top 10 destinations they still remain Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, and Kenya, and so forth. And Uganda, you can see there is actually among the top 10 destinations when it comes to arrivals. But again, when it comes to international receipts, again, the same country destinations dominate, Egypt, Morocco, Tunisia, and so forth. As of 2023, the earnings from tourism for Egypt was $14.1 billion. You can see here in Uganda, it was estimated about $1.3 billion. I think this can be firmed up by the tourism settle accounts that was launched, I think, 2 years ago. But as you can see here, as I mentioned, that 60%, the top 5 countries still control the bulk of the tourism activities in terms of arrivals, in terms of revenues. And I think this is why we need to also start seeing how best we can reshape the tourism in the African continent. Next slide, please. So what we've seen over the past trend, looking from 1995 to 2019, is that when you look at the average growth rate of the tourism sector, it's actually been growing much faster than the average growth rate of the African continent. And so here is what we're arguing here is that if we need to push this growth and to achieve the goals of development goals of the African continent, then tourism is one of those key sectors that will help us realize those goals. Again, this is in line with the aspirations of Agenda 2063. Next slide, please. Now, this is where I think a major concern comes in. Africa's tourism global share is small and it's actually declining. When you look at its contribution share of the global tourism GDP, as you can see here, consistently, the African continent has only accounted for less than 2% of the global tourism GDP. It's actually very small. And what's even more concerning is that when you look at the average spend per tourist when they come to the African continent, as of 2019, this was just an average of about $600. So our destinations are not as developed compared to our counterparts in terms of when tourists come here, what do we have enough that they can spend on? And the reason we say this is that we are mostly known for our nature-based tourism products. Now, there's nothing wrong with those products, But when you look at other more mature destinations, and I'll talk about this, let's talk about a country like France. When you look at the tourism product in France and compare to the tourism product in Africa, then we begin to see that we really need to start rethinking and reshaping. And I'm glad they talk about the issue to start looking at aspects to do with culture, to see if this is what could actually diversify the tourism product portfolio we had, and therefore enhance tourism spending in the African continent. So we're seeing that we're still below the global average. The global average of tourism spend is about $1,000. In the African continent of 2019, we were just about $600. Now we're seeing post-COVID, the sharp increase, and you can see maybe we're being optimistic that maybe in the next 10 years or so, we'll actually catch up with the global average of $1,000 per tourist. So as of 2024, we're just close to about $1,000. So a lot is changing in that sense. Next slide, please. Now, yes, to talk about regional integration, trade, and tourism in Africa. One of the things that, before we go on, under the African Continental Free Trade Area, as you may be aware that tourism has been identified as one of the 5 services priority sectors. But unfortunately, we don't have anybody championing this particular aspect and recognition of the tourism sector. Now, I'll give some facts why we need to start talking about that. And the reason being is that I think for a long time, we've looked at tourism on its own without seeing what potential impact it could have in the rest of the economies, in other sectors and so forth. And this is what we need to start looking at here. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. Now, 80% of tourists travel within their regions. This is important. In the case of Africa, we only have about 50% of Africans traveling within the African continent. Now, I gave the example of France here, for example. I gave the example of the top 10 tourism destinations in the world: France, Spain, USA, China, and so forth and so forth. Just to take the example of France, France last year received 100 million visitors. As I said, Africa received how many? 90 million visitors. So France received more visitors than the African continent combined. But what is interesting in the case of France is that 80% of those visitors were actually regional. They came from Europe. And I think this is why I think for us, we need to start looking at this thing from this perspective and to say, why is that particularly important? Next slide, please. So one thing we recognize is that in the East African community, we're not doing too badly, and especially in the case of Uganda, we're seeing that you're actually close to the global norm of about 80%, and I know that your biggest market is Kenya. In fact, even if we don't have culture, but I think we come to consume the Ugandan culture, so that's a good thing. So, and what is interesting, of course, Rwanda as well, the bulk of the tourists come from the region, the neighboring countries, and so forth. Kenya is still not as sophisticated, is not close to the global norm of 80%, given that close to about only 30% of visitors come from the region. And I think this is what they're trying to do to start now reshaping the thinking about the regional tourist markets. And that's why I think 2 weeks ago, there was a Ugandan forum at the Coast region, I think, because the Coast region has realized that Uganda is actually one of its key markets. And actually, in terms of also not just arrivals, but also in terms of spending. The Ugandans spend more money than the Western tourists. This is one thing that you need to recognize. So the African tourists now, that is actually changing. Next slide, please. Yes, this is just to show you the importance of tourism in the East African community region, and you can see in terms of share of exports. What we have at the top there is Ethiopia. Now, you do know that Ethiopia only just recently started focusing on tourism. We did the tourism master plan. It was a 2014-2024, which they're currently implementing. And the emphasis of that master plan was really looking at how they can tap into the African markets. Obviously, Ethiopia has an advantage because of Ethiopian Airlines. And you can see, for those of us who were there last year when you're launching the Eager Tourism Master Plan, you can see the sort of prioritization that the government has put in developing the tourism sector in Ethiopia. So you can see just to show you in terms of its importance as a share of exports for select member states in East Africa. Next slide, please. Now, the East African community is the most integrated region in Africa. I think we've seen that. We have, for example, what we see here is that when you look at the average intra-Africa trade is currently stands at about 16%. And you can see the share of intra-ESC trade is close to about 22%, which is actually higher than what we have across the African continent. And this shows you in terms of billions how much we're trading amongst each other, which I think is good. And as of 2023, value of intra-ESC exports was close to about $5 billion. And I think it's important. Next slide, please. Yes, so you may ask why I was showing you the slides on regional integration, slides on trade, slides on 80% of the share of your share being, of your rivals being from the region. Now let's take the example of France. There is, what we found out, that there is a correlation between tourism and trade. And we take the example of France, which is, again, as I said, last year was a leading tourism destination, receiving about 100 million visitors. If you look at its leading markets and look at its trading partners, there is a correlation. Its top 5 trading partners are also its top 5 leading tourist markets. So there is a strong correlation between tourism and trade, and this is what we need to start looking at in the case of the African continent. How do we change that? Now, as I mentioned, that when it comes to the share of intra-regional trade, the EU is currently at about close to about 70% of its trade. The trade among us is about 70%. Asia has grown to about 60%, and Africa, as I mentioned, we're about 16%. And this is why we need to start talking about the role that tourism can play in realizing the goals of the African continental free trade area. Now, we did a study to look at the nature of this relationship, and the study revealed that a 10% increase into African tourism will boost continental exports by between 1.4 to 3.2%. So if we're talking about the African continental free trade area, Honorable Minister, this is the time to start making a case for the tourism sector and the role that it can play in that respect. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, the next discussion, next slide, aviation and tourism. This is particularly, I'm very, can I say, emotional when I talk about this, because it pains me to see that we're not really talking about this. I think last week we had an aviation summit in Rwanda. I'm not sure if any tourism participants were there. So we're having these discussions in isolation, but I think it's time we start joining, coming together and discussing how these affects us and what agenda we can push in that respect. So let's look at, we do know that 60% of tourists access the destinations by air, 60%. So aviation is particularly very important in that respect. There is a concern. Africa is the second largest continent in the world. We have the second largest population. But when it comes to global air transport, we only account for 2% of the total air transport. All the planes in the air, only 2% take off and land in the African continent. We're the largest continent. You know, this is a major concern. And I'll even make it provide some more figures to show you how the situation is very desperate. When you look at new airport projections, by 2026, Africa has only placed, like in terms of projections for new aircraft, is about 1,200 planes. And we compare to the world's close to about 46,000 planes. So when we talk about developing tourism, these are things that we really need to start talking about seriously, that if we're going to start competing at the same level as our counterparts in the world, then we need to start addressing these issues. Now, next slide, please. Just to give you some illustrations here. We have a serious challenge. So half of the current 1,299 continents fleet is grounded. So the active planes we have in the air in the African continent is about only 670 planes. We've had some countries that have had their planes grounded for over 1 year. There are no spare parts. We cannot access this. When you go to the suppliers, they tell you you're not a priority because you only have 1 plane. You know, so you're not a priority. So that's why most of the fleet is grounded. And when we look at it in terms of the impact it has on growth, so by 2043, Asia Pacific will have the highest new aircraft demand at 40% of the total of the 46% that we talked about. So the region has also been the fastest growing when it comes in terms of tourism because of air connectivity. So they grew by about 137% between 2014 and 2019, compared to Africa's growth of just 30%. So you can see the role that aviation plays in growing destinations, and the Asia Pacific is a perfect example of that. Now, of course, there's some issues that really need to be addressed. When we come to the African continent, when we're placing orders for aircraft, so we go there as a single destination. When you go to the suppliers, you don't have grounds to argue for discounts because you're only ordering one plane. Compare that to the big airlines that order 50 to 100 planes. They can actually negotiate discounts. So what does that translate? It means that the cost of acquiring vessels in the African continent for African member states is very, very expensive compared to our counterparts. The other thing is that the African continent is regarded to be very unsafe. And what does that mean for insurance premiums? African carriers tend to pay the highest premiums. We don't produce jet fuel. We have to import jet fuel. If you think about the cost of importing jet fuel to the African continent, again, it makes the cost of aviation. I'm even surprised how African carriers make profit with all these challenges. This is what we really need to start addressing if you're going to talk about growing the tourism, developing tourism in the African continent. All these challenges really have to be addressed. Next slide, please. Now, tourism value chains. Next slide, please. Now, the other aspect, when we talk about, again, competing within the global scene, Africa's participation in the tourism global value chains is actually very low. Let's think about it. If you want to put up a hotel, where do you get most of your inputs from? You have to import them. We're not even talking about the forward linkages or the backward, we're just talking about the backward linkages, in terms of supplies to run our tourism industries. Let's give you some of the examples here. The East African community as a whole has got the highest foreign-based expenditure. The highest foreign-based expenditure. The amount of money that is spent outside the region before tourists actually land here. In some cases, we see leakage of up to 80% of the revenues not reaching the destination. Look at a case of island like Zanzibar, 16% of resort requirements are only 16% are locally sourced. And I think maybe for Uganda, you're very lucky that a lot of this, you're able to produce a lot of these agricultural produce, and that maybe could cushion the aspects of leakages when it comes to supplies. So what we try to emphasize is that, again, in the context of the African continental free trade area, then we must start talking about the regional value chains. There are a lot of things that can be sold from our destinations, and a lot of things we can supply to our destinations when it comes to, with respect to the tourism industry. Next slide, please. Now, it was not all doom and gloom. There's some prospects here. Next slide. So, African Development Bank has done a study profiling the African middle class. Now you can see here that globally by 2030, 5 billion people will be classified as middle class. Yeah? 5 billion people. For the African continent, we are seeing 500 million people that will be classified as middle class, from about 300 million in 2015. And we know that Africa will play host to the largest and the youngest population, so we have an emerging market that is coming. Now, what the study revealed, the African Development Bank study revealed, is that when you profile the African population, so 60% of us, 60% of the African population still lives below the poverty line. 20% is what they refer to as floating class. And we say that your potential market is the lower middle class, the upper middle class, and the upper class, which constitutes 20% of Africa's population. So we're looking at a potential market of 300 million people that we should be tapping to. I mean, the potential market that exists is close to 300 Africans. 300 Africans have the potential to engage in tourism in one form or the other, whether it be high-end to budget holidays or packages and so forth. This is a missed opportunity. As said, the total number that visitors received in the African continent in 2024 last year was 90 million, half of which came from outside the continent. So we're talking about close to just 45 million Africans that travel within the African continent. And yet we do know we have a market of 300 million Africans that have got the potential to engage in tourism in one form or the other. It's a missed opportunity. Next slide, please. Now, just to illustrate the things I was talking about, to strengthen the argument that you're making, and we look at the case of the East African community and the connection we have with aviation. There is a growing propensity for air travel and hence a great tourism opportunity. It means that people who have potential to purchase, tickets So as of 2043, we expect that the population in East African Community will be about 520 million people, up from about 300 in 2019. 10% of this by 2043 will actually be able to purchase tickets to fly, to take off and land from the African continent. So we're seeing the growth of the strong growth in the aviation market from 4% of the total population in 2019 to 10% by 2043. So it goes to show you, these are people who actually can afford tickets. And just to say that a ticket in Africa is not cheap. It's not cheap. Just to give an example, I just came from Sao Tome just 2 days ago. My ticket to Sao Tome and back was $3,000. It took me almost 24 hours to get there. It's a serious challenge. Anyway, next slide, please. Yes, as I mentioned, we also need to start seriously talk about our domestic markets. There is evidence to show that when you look at the old misconception that Africans do not have money to spend is not true. Is no longer true and should not be upheld, moving forward. So we can see here that when you look at the tourism spending, I got the figures here up to 2019. South Africans spent close to $12 billion when it came to domestic tourism spending in 2019. Kenya spent close to $4 billion. How much do we receive? What do we report in terms of international receipts? We reported close to, I think it was $2 billion in 2019. And we see the domestic market, and this has been confirmed by the tourism select accounts that we did for 2019, that actually the domestic tourists spend 3 times more than the international tourists. So these are opportunities that we need to start thinking about. And the question we ask ourselves, are we thinking about the domestic markets? Are we thinking about the domestic market in the context of the Western markets? Do we have the right products for the domestic market, or are we going to use the same products for the Western market to engage the domestic markets? Now, just to also give you an illustration, there's a growing trend in outbound tourism. We're seeing a lot of us traveling outside our borders. And the question obviously comes, where are people traveling to? So again, just to give you, as of 2019, South Africa was spending close to $7 billion in outbound tourism. Nigeria spends close to about $6.5 billion. Nigeria and South Africa tend to be big markets. We have Egypt, Ghana, Morocco, Tanzania, Gabon, and so forth. But the question is, where are these people traveling to? So there is data and facts to show that there is money in the African continent. So we need to start thinking how we can tap into it. Next slide, please. Now, we do have instruments that we've been talking about. And I like this particular one of the treaty establishing the African Economic Community, Article 65. This is also referred to as Abuja Treaty, 1991. Article 65 is on tourism. And the emphasis in 1991, our forefathers foresaw that we need to start talking about intra-Africa tourism. Let's see how we can promote intra-Africa tourism in 1991. Unfortunately, as I said, not much has been done. We're also seeing the prioritization of the tourism sector at the regional level. We have the 1994 COMESA Treaty also talking about tourism, the SADC Protocol on tourism. All these initiatives are there. We also have now what we call the tourism marketing strategy for the East African community. And I must say the emphasis of the initial ESC tourism marketing strategy was on how we can promote intra-ESC tourism. There was a major concern that selling the ESC as a single destination may not work for certain destinations. But if you put an emphasis on seeing how best we can get Ugandans to go to Tanzania, Tanzanians to go to Rwanda, Rwandans to come to Kenya, and so forth, that is what we need to start focusing on. And I must say that has actually changed and has had a significant impact. There is also the African Strategic Tourism Framework that the heads of states endorsed in 2019 in Niamey that also pushes a strong tourism agenda. Next slide, please. So what are some of the implications of some of these instruments that we have? Under the African Continental Free Trade Area, we have the Protocol on Trade in Services. And I did mention that tourism is one of the 5 services priority sectors under the AFCFTA. And the emphasis of that is on enhancing tourism competitiveness and in particular fostering regional value chains. So we have these tools to work with. How best can we take advantage of them? But again, as we mentioned, the issue of the protocol, the protocol on free movement of persons and the right of residents and establishments is actually key. A number of African member states signatory to this, and we've seen a number of member states, I think including Uganda, that have actually made it easier for Africans to travel within the African continent visa-free. We're seeing this is actually changing. Countries like Benin have also adopted this. So a number of African, I think Namibia recently also did that the same, and so forth. So we're seeing this changing. But the one we rarely talk about is a program for infrastructure development in Africa, PIDA. Now, PIDA looks at all aspects of connectivity. We talk about ports, roads, rail, air transport, and so forth. We have all these ambitious projects, the rail projects that are being undertaken, the road projects, north to Cape, Cape to Cairo, the east to west, all these transport corridors. If they're all implemented, of course, they will offer a huge opportunity for tourism growth. We see the more developed destinations that one of the reasons there's a lot of movement is because they have various options when it comes to transport. They can use trail, you can use a bus, you can use the air transport, you can even go by boat or by ship. Now we have the Yamoussoukro decisions and the single African air transport market, which aims to make Africa a domestic destination for airlines, which means that if it's fully implemented, the cost of travel and connectivity will actually be addressed. But again, this is what I call for Honorable Minister and your colleagues to really push for the full implementation of these instruments to grow the tourism sector. Please, the next slide, then I can conclude. Yes, so in conclusion, I think we've seen that tourism has become a very, very important sector in the African continent. We need to start pushing for a strong tourism agenda in the African continent because our global share is actually very small. And we've seen that it's actually declining. Our average spend is below the global average of $1,000. We need to see how best we can push it up. And we're seeing that we need to change the tourism narrative, that if we really want to realize the goals of the African continental free trade area, and certainly the goals of Agenda 2063, then tourism has got to be at the core of the discussion. So we cannot miss to discuss that. When it comes to the aviation, I think it's time we really start talking about a Pan-African aviation platform, so that we can go and argue for economies of scale, and we instead of competing amongst each other, let's see how we can cooperate with each other so that we push for this agenda to grow the tourism sector in the African continent. Having said that, thank you. Having said that, we've seen that Africa still harbors I think Africa harbors the greatest tourism potential in the world, but we need to still think about developing suitable products for regional and tourist markets and to push for the full implementation of these wonderful instruments we have in the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Doctor. Allow me to recognize our sponsor, DFCU Bank, and they've come in quite strongly in supporting the CEO Run. We have a CEO Run this Saturday. The kits are at the entrance, and we'll invite some gentlemen to display some of the kits, so they'll be going through. Please register for the CEO Run. Our chief runner is the Prime Minister of Togo, and the proceeds go towards the development agenda of this kingdom. So we hope to see you in great numbers, and that's how our kits will look like. And they are quite readily available for everyone to pick. Gentlemen, come. And they're in all sizes. So we hope to have an interesting run this Saturday and to run for a good cause. So please remember to pick a kit at the registration desk. And thank you to DFCU Bank, Tembo Steels, and all our other sponsors. Gentlemen, thank you. Now it gives me great pleasure to invite the Media Club a set of young, enthusiastic people who are here to communicate through dance for us. So, a round of applause for the young people as they come in. Oh. And I hope the technical team is ready. Oh, you're welcome. Okay. Hey. Okay, are we ready? We are ready? Okay, do we want to come down here? Because this is going to disturb you. Yeah? So do we want to come here? Here? There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Media Club.
Uganda yadosula mukatango yochakasoliwo tochawansiyo Uganda nebogende bulaya nowaso muzungu nzende mpaso musoga techikuchusa yambe nyindo yolimbavu ate yolinyimbi temutusosola. We are brothers, etoke ne chinyewa, lumonde ne kawo, yemele ya kuno, jagala nnyo Uganda, ndi muna Uganda, jagala nnyo Uganda, ndi mwana wa kuno, nze ndi mwana wa kuno, nasomera wano, nze nkolera wano, ate ndizikibwa kuno, yadde byala kiwunya. I love Uganda, wali wolovuga, no bamuchinya, engudo za kuno, ye Uganda, zenengero kukola, walinda kunyaga, olibotya naye, let's rock together, otemulo tyomwana, yadeto muzala, oyo mwana wonaye, let's love the children.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We shall get another opportunity and you come back. And now also to present on how to preserve and conserve culture by teaching the youth. Allow me invite the Kogere Foundation Uganda Kogere Troop. The Kogere, are you ready? Yes. Let's go.
Buddha Drums Band. Fans Record. Uganda yete yazirika kubyambya buli omwe ayekore twekambe batayiye sayikalesemerire abakoro bagamba mpango enzengo zitafa kunyambe nkuyambe ngozi zitezo sikalo Uganda nitero mwanga tukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa Uganda nitero mwanga tukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa Kambe muno somesa abana baitu esinga tulisomangu soro kuswara Uganda yitu nyeja Uganda nitero mwanga tukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa Uganda nitero mwanga tukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa Abataxi mwe muketukole ababoda mwe muketukole abasubuzi mwe muketukole n'abalimi mwe muketukole Uganda nitero mwanga mwe muketukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa Uganda nitero mwanga mwe muketukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa okutungura amani mengi agobateiremu abakuda tukwese misabo katukumyako turabyama omuntu akera nakora kutalo cyawe doro lya mbere wakumara kutunga iyali elyo likwijora omara Uganda nitero mwanga tukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa Mwe muketukole ababorasya mwe muketukole kunyanga mwe muketukole kwesi mberanzaro mwe mukenya Uganda nitero mwanga mwe muketukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa Uganda nitero mwanga mwe muketukole n'amani turacoma kukuyama mbarakire no kunyisa nomande presenti bagenzi bange n'abanisaba abantu twena tukwatanize ihanga litulekendo mu maiso nagenda mwituma mbakusena omukuda tiri kyakora kandi omuntu wihali mbarahire tatunga kalungi Wana wanonda kwa mfumo ebigambo bingine bijja obikekeye abambire bibakusuba obyerinde bamulwesi olufushe balweta akaikamaka emtirisa ky'omukazi kikabwira lirwanga kabawunda bikaleke kimuli emtirisa ky'omukazi kikabwira lirwanga kabawunda bikaleke kimuli mwana wangu okunda amatwe owulese ebyagamba omusajja anywa n'abasajja abombeka atayabasesa omukazi tasambwa kaboda kandi taterwa nk'engoma omukazi kitinisa kyeka bakikwata nk'egelasi batamufoora mpenga yawe walamale yawe byona anoba ndobulawo lw'omujwairo webarakira owaabwe etirisa ky'omukazi kikabwira lirwanga kabawunda bikaleke kimuli etirisa ky'omukazi kikabwira lirwanga kabawunda bikaleke kimuli ekerindwe engozi n'okwesigangana kukumisiriza ebisangiro tubikora mu maka ekyo talikikora omukazi omulungi ayombekeka kandi omugala bisesa alubatirwa omusajja omusinguzi ayo omukazi etirisa ky'omukazi kikabwira malingozi abana malingozi isiyonna dole ngozi Sandara bene y'umukozi wawe bazima mukwatanise ora bene y'abana bawe reka bakwese imise ora bene y'abaseye bawe bandi bayambeho bwa ora bene y'abanywanyi bawe bazima musandaleki oni wange nani wange mundegendore sandara mama wange sandara tata wange mundegendore sandara oruganda sandara tata wange mundegendore sandara oruganda sandara uganda kona wana wange watandika mfumo ebigambo bingine bijja obikekeye abambire babisuba obyerinde ogambo lwesi olufushe balweta gaitamaka ekitiisa ky'omukazi kabwira lirwanga lwanga kabawunda bikaleke kimule ekitiisa ky'omukazi kabwira lirwanga lwanga kabawunda bikaleke kimule mwana wange okunda amatwe owulisa ebyagamba omusajja anywa n'abasajja abombekata yabaseesa omukazi tasambwa kaboda kandi tateerwa nk'engoma omukazi kitinisa kyeka bakikwata nk'egilasi batamufola mpenga yawe twala amale yawe byona banobandobora olw'omutwayo
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if Brian is in the room. Brian from Val. Thank you. Please come. I like to ambush people. So these next couple of minutes will be for ambushing. Like we said last evening, for those that attended, Val Real Estate is attempting to change the skyline of Kampala. And please come up. I would like to give Brian a minute to talk about the projects and how we can tap into them.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Indeed, you're very good at ambushing. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Brian Arenitwe. I represent VAR Real Estate as the head of sales or the commercial side of the business. I've been doing real estate now for about 12 years, and one thing that keeps coming to mind, everyone that talks about real estate speaks about it as the ultimate path to wealth, the safest form of investment. As a matter of fact, many argue it could be a hedge against inflation as well. So in all, it ticks almost all boxes. Right, but at the same time, so many people still end up not making the same returns or making the money they thought they would make. If you're into investing, I'm sure you must have seen that by now. It may not all be rosy most of the times. And that's quite simply because very few people enter this sector without a clear plan, without a clear strategy on how to make it work. As VAR Real Estate, we've been doing this now for about 15 years. I can, say with all, confidence that we've worked out a way that makes it easier for people like you, smart investors, to make money in real estate. And the formula is quite simple, at least to us. We're in 5 very good locations in most of the countries that we operate in. Once we identify a good location, and a good location to us is something that is at least easily accessible, the amenities are very close, and there's a population of people. Once you identify that, we now look at in that market, what actually is missing out? Is it just us doing projects for the sake of we have dreams, or what kind of project, what is missing? In the case of Uganda, for instance, we realized the market did not have studios, did not have one bedrooms, but also we try to anticipate on where the market should go, or where it's going to go. And that's where we introduce the kind of projects we're doing. The signature project we're doing at the moment is Cadenza Residence. I'm sure most of you must have seen our billboards all over. And that is pretty much, we're attempting to build Uganda's tallest residential tower, a whopping 28 floors. First of its kind, but we also anticipate that that's where the market is going. Now, you might be wondering, how do I make money in such a project? The project itself has all the amenities fit enough to compete on world standards in terms of amenities, heated pools, running tracks, for people who work from home, co-working spaces as well in the same space. And we don't just build, because now we realize in this room, I'm sure most of us have built houses. So if I tell you I'm going to sell you a property, that will not be, it may not excite you that much. What we've also realized is that most people, after building these houses, turning those houses now into money-making ventures is where the problem is. The first challenge that you tend to face is managing that property. Since real estate may not be your main line of work, you're all CEOs in the room, so you have other businesses you're managing. How does that property you have built make money if you're not managing it very well? And that's where Val comes in to manage the projects that we do. Now, once we're managing the property, the next thing becomes, especially for rental properties or commercial spaces, you're still going to want tenants. How do you get tenants? If you light a candle and you put it under the table, you will not get any light. So we realized the fastest way for people to get to know about your property is advertise it well, have people, smart people who can probably show that property to investors once they come. Perhaps you'll get to utilize me once you own a property with us. So we do the whole entire 360. Identify good locations, build good properties, manage them, and rent them on behalf of the owners, collect rent all the way up to your pockets. So the first project we're doing is Cadenza. Just about 2 weeks ago, we launched our second flagship project in the country called The Bridge in Kololo on Impala Avenue. Again, it's the first of its kind, one building with about 25 different amenities in one single place. A full weekend is not enough for you to utilize all the amenities. And these price properties are starting from as low as $89,000 only. Now, a couple of years ago, if you had told me it was possible to own a property in Kololo, prime as it is, for $89,000, Trevor, would you believe that? So that's pretty much the opportunity at hand. The 89, I'm also happy to rebate. You don't have to pay it in one single go, but you could if you probably want to, but you can have a payment plan. So it's pretty much flexible. We're introducing a framework that is easy. We've done this. You just have to trust us. Our offices at Ari Towers in Kampala, but we also have a team with me right in that booth for those who want to get more information. But I'm still around for all those who want to have a chat. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Now I'm glad to inform you that we shall be receiving our guest of honor in a couple of minutes. When she does arrive, I will request the Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary is present, the area MP, to go and receive her. She will be ushered into the exhibition. She will officially launch her exhibition, and thereafter, the Honorable Minister will invite her to lunch so that we are able to do lunch. Then after lunch, she'll come back for the program thereafter. And I'm going to listen to my elders now and caucus, and I will request the technical team to run some content.
it's about what they can see. But you know, it's what they don't see that matters most. The early mornings, the silent no's, the risks only you could measure. They say power is loud, but yours, it hums. A low frequency, measured in instinct, in knowing. Because what you're building isn't just a life, it's a legacy. You didn't start with everything, but you built something that means everything. And now, with DFCU Bank, you access freely, grow confidently, live exceptionally. This is banking personalized for those who've carved their own way. They think it's about what you wear, the car, the address. They think it's about what they can see. But you know, it's what they don't see.
This really is a magical spot on top of this hillside. You have dramatic and wonderful views all around you.
The way it's sited, you feel as if you look at the Rwenzori eye to eye.
This is Kigali, the primate capital of the world.
We must play our part as a company to support the protection of these tiny areas.
The Albertine Rift is one of the richest areas of biodiversity in the world, but it's also one of the most densely populated areas of Africa. The challenges of safeguarding habitats for wildlife and ensuring communities have a substantial stake remain enormous.
The chimpanzees are endangered, and therefore we need partnership with Volcano Safari, who have done a lot of conservation work around here, that we find a workable solution.
How do we make sure communities get a livelihood so that they know they must support the forest and the species?
There is a lot of change we have made. Now I'm happy to see the progress of Tibare, where we have almost planted 200,000 seedlings up to now.
Our lodges are built in a very organic and traditional way. They're built with local materials, by local people.
I'm very proud for this. The rooms are spacious, the bedroom, the lounge, they look so amazing.
This is something interesting because you see we are in Africa.
These sort of cottages, if you like, or pandas as they are called in Swahili, try and encapsulate simplicity, accentuating a feeling of being connected to where you are. That's become symbolic of our journey. Small-scale, sensitive tourism that is in harmony with the people and with the landscapes, to create an ambience and a set of buildings that feel as if they've been there forever.
Lari choro kamarachi nyono machi nyono kwa.
As we wait for the Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to inform you that DFCU Bank, who is one of our sponsors, will be expanding its footprint into Fort Portal. So they will be coming to Fort Portal, and they are opening their branch this month on the 25th of September, and they promise to serve you with excellence and convenience. For them, they say this branch is not just a location, it's a commitment to bringing financial solutions closer to the people, to where you work, live, grow, and your business. So we are glad to invite you to join them and experience banking that goes further together at their new Fort Portal DFCU branch when it's launched. So DFCU, welcome to Fort Portal. I also would like to remind you that we've got a CEO run this Saturday, as well as a CEO bonfire later this evening. So after your lunch, which will be a late lunch, please stay behind, network, mix and mingle. And the bonfire was sponsored by Nile Breweries, and we thank them very much.
You have dramatic and wonderful views all around you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we stand to receive the Prime Minister. May we stand for the anthems. You're welcome, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Stand for the anthems. Toro anthem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, you're very most welcome, Right Honorable Prime Minister. And now may I invite our area MP come and officially welcome the Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Achiki Nabanja, the Minister of Tourism, Atenyu Butime, the honorable members of Parliament present, the PSCs who are here, all dignitaries in your respective capacities. I take this honor to welcome our dear Prime Minister in the beautiful Fort Portal, and I would like everyone with a big hand clap to welcome our Prime Minister. We are honored as Fort Portal Tourism City to host this very important presidential CEO forum, 6th biannual retreat here in Fort Portal. The fact that we are a tourism city, we feel it is right. It's a right decision that was made to bring all the money people here that are going to leave money in our local economy. Madam Prime Minister, the people of Toro and also those along Mitiana, Fort Portal Road, they have been crying because the road is almost next to impassable. And also I was telling the Minister of Works that maybe we may enter the Guinness Book of Records if we don't really speed up the rehabilitation of that road. So, Madam Prime Minister, that is a very big, hot issue where we will need your voice and support in cabinet to make sure that they speed up the process of rehabilitating that very important tourism road that is very essential for our economy and the economy of the country. With that observation, Madam Prime Minister, I have to say that we have benefited a lot through the content that has been shared during the 3 days. These very knowledgeable individuals and responsible individuals who have been here, they have given us a lot of good content to act upon. So we are very grateful, and we wish you a happy stay here in Fort Portal, and we wish everyone who is here a happy stay. And our King, King Oyo Kabamba Iguru IV, is celebrating 30 years coronation anniversary. It is a very special event here in Toro Kingdom, and the King has led us very well, and we look forward to partner with the Toro Kingdom to advance the transformation of our people, the economic transformation of our people. Thank you very much. I wish you a happy stay, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. I will now invite the CEO of the Presidential CEO Forum, who will in turn invite the chairman, and the chairman will invite.
I'm sorry, Madam. Madam Prime Minister, you know, whenever I see you, I get excited. And I forgot to introduce my colleagues from Parliament who are here. And I want to maintain my good relationship with them. We have Honorable Faith Kunihira, Woman Member of Parliament, Kianjojo District. We have Honorable Linda Irene, the City Woman MP. And my friend, Honorable Rachel Magola, Obangaina. If there is any other MP, I think these are the MPs who are present. But of course, Colonel Tom Butime, the historical and also the ZEC member, who won unopposed for historical reasons. Colonel Butime, we salute you and thank you for being with us here.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now invite the CEO of the Presidential CEO Forum, who will in turn invite the chairperson.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, in the capacity of the President, this afternoon, the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, the Chairman, Presidential CEO Forum, the Permanent Secretary Tourism, and Permanent Secretary Minister of Energy, the representatives of the ministries and government agencies, the honorable members of Parliament from the Fort Portal District, Kawarole District, the captains of industry, the tour and tourism actors here present this afternoon. Honorable Minister, we know you've been having a very long day and you still have much more time to execute the assignment from the President. But we're very happy to have you this afternoon. You've walked this journey with us. We briefed you a week ago when you called and convened a meeting of all the MDAs to speak about the tourism industry and how best we can strategize to make it a high-end but a priority to support the ATMs, that is the national strategies of this government. It's really an honor because it's been a very beautiful 3-day event retreat, Honorable Prime Minister. And in your representation, representing the President, my chairman will give you an insight of what we've gone through, what is going to be presented to you, but I also know that the Honorable Minister will give you the details of what this 3-day retreat has been about. I just want to take this opportunity to thank each and everyone who has been able to travel all the way to come and be in this beautiful city. We were able to visit some of the sites in Kabarole. Right Honorable Prime Minister, yesterday we were hosted by the King, and he gave very beautiful insights and words of wisdom on how the kingdoms do complement tourism. It is as such, I also want to thank the leadership at the PCF, led by Chairman Katongole, for taking us on and leading us very well. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank the PCF Secretariat that has really gone through tireless days and nights to ensure that we have a beautiful 3-day event. Right Honorable Prime Minister, it's an honor to have you, and thank you for coming. I now invite the chairperson of the 6th Bar Technical Committee, Dr. Ruth, who will give us a small brief, and then we'll invite the chairman.
Honorable Prime Minister, who is representing His Excellency the President, thank you so much for joining us. I would also like to appreciate the Minister of Tourism, Honorable Butime, who has been with us since yesterday, and the Permanent Secretary Minister of Tourism, the Birunji, the PS of Ministry of Energy. We have our, who is the custodian of PCF. Please, we are also glad to have you here. For the other, and also we had the ED of the Uganda airline yesterday. I don't know if she's still around. She's around, yes. Please, I would like to also recognize you. The Deputy ED of UNOC was also here. I don't know if he's still around. Yes, he's also around, so I would like to recognize you as well. Mine is a very simple session, and the session is to give the Prime Minister perspective, who's representing His Excellency the President, 2 perspectives. 1, hearing the voices from the industry of what are the key issues that they think that they require the attention of the President. And I'm going to request the 2 representatives, Mr. Byamukama, I don't know where you are, and actually there are 3, please come forward. And we have only, you're going to do this activity 1 minute, so that the Prime Minister gets a feeling. We had a very detailed discussion yesterday. There are issues that were raised, and the key technocrats, including the ED of NPA, the representative from Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Energy, and the rest were able to address them. But there were other pertinent issues where they thought that it's very important. Please come forward. Come forward, 3 of you, that you need to pick them up for further submission to His Excellency the President. That is the first item I need to do right now. Please come. These 3 are entrepreneurs. They're already in the sector. The gentleman here is from Karamoja. He's already owning some lodges in the Karamoja region. And the next one is in the film industry, please. And he's really start from him. Yes.
Thank you, Ruth. Good afternoon and welcome our chief guests. I'm called Boniface Yamkama from the tourism sector. Before I speak, I want to request the industry captain stand up. Those who are in the tourism industry, can you stand up? Because, Honorable Prime Minister, we discussed these issues together and we agreed the position. So there is no objection, there is no opposition. Thank you very much. Sit down. And the Honorable Prime Minister, those are your voters. So, as the tourism sector, we agreed that once a year, we should have a presidential tour where the president will visit at least 1 or 2 national parks to promote tourism, as the other states are doing around. We also want this tour will be a catalyst for us to use to market destination Uganda. Secondly, we want the president to consider issues affecting the tourism sector, especially the 26 taxes that the industry pays to government. I will not take much of your time to mention all of them, but there are 26 taxes and levies. You can imagine this hotel pays bar license, swimming pool license, a lift license, URA license, and on top of that, the URA assessments come almost quarterly, and you spend more than a half a year arguing with URA. It is a concern that was brought forward to us. Also, Honorable Prime Minister, we are now upgrading our tourism sector to the high-end tourists. We want Kisoro Airdrome and Kasese Airdrome to be upgraded into a international airport, to be able to receive high-end tourists who don't need to pass via Entebbe, that they can jet in, and all the facilities that makes an international airport to be put in place. Currently, we have high-end tourists who come, and these facilities are not available. We want the government to pronounce itself that when a tour operator has this high-end tourists, they are able to be received in these airdromes and facilities, customs, and migration be present. Can the captains clap for me for this? Also, when I was the chairman of East Africa Tourism Platform, we agreed, and I'm happy that the UNDP representative mentioned it, to have open sky policy in East Africa. And the Honorable Minister, I think this is under your docket. You can talk to your colleagues in East Africa to have this done. Also, we have issues about conservation. Some of our parks and some of our animals, for example, the lions, are almost extinct. I'm happy to report to you that WUA has put in place mechanism to recover this. We want your support so that they can get enough resources to be able to reintroduce these species in our national parks that are almost depleted. Another clap, good one. Honorable Prime Minister, the sector employs more than 500,000 youth, and mainly in hotels. And also, 50% of this human resource are women. So we need your support, especially in this city of Toro, that we need a tourism training school to be able to absorb the youth who are in this area, and this area connects to almost more than 4 national parks, Queen Elizabeth, Gwenzoli, Semuliki, and also Bwindi inclusive. I thank you. I have my colleague from Karamoja who is more exciting to listen to you. Please welcome him. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, all protocols observed. Good afternoon, members. I'm honored to speak here today, standing for the private sector, but also today especially for the youth. It's my first time speaking to such an audience, so I apologize if I say something wrong. I think first I would like to thank you, the organizing committee, Chairperson. Thank you so much for inviting me, representing the Karamoja region. That's a totally new region for tourism in the country. And I really appreciate that you considered us. I think I'm the only person today. I hope in the future more private sector partners can come here and represent our beautiful region of Karamoja. A special thanks, I know Madame Lilia Ariova is not here. I know she has a special place for Karamoja. And I need to thank her, even though she's not around, for always thinking about us. So thank you to Lily for thinking about us. But representing Karamoja here, I need to be very honest, the biggest gratitude goes to the government of Uganda. Because in many ways, I think Karamoja being a tourist destination today is thanks to the government of Uganda. If you look back 40 years ago, 50 years ago now, there was actually nobody going to Karamoja for tourism. Only the most strong-hearted people would board maybe a bus or a car, go into the region and travel or climb one of our mountains for the risk of their own life. But today, we have a region where the roads are being connected. We have power, where in the past we only had a generator to run. We have at the moment an international airport coming. And I think I can only thank the government of Uganda for this big strides you have done for Karamoja region especially. So thank you so much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, thank you so much for the government of Uganda to secure our peace in Karamoja and to help development of tourism in our region. Yes, now I'm coming here. You might think this gentleman, how did he come here? I'm the son to a Dutch old missionary. He was in Uganda in the 1960s already. And I'm also the son to, my mother is also board member of USTTI, Madame Florence Naduk. Maybe you know her also. I think many of you have seen her before in conferences. Today, I would like to represent some minutes from the youth, especially about employment. Yesterday, the youth told me, if you don't mention this point, you might not leave Fort Portal. So even though I argued with them, I'm just going to bring them because I want also to go back to my beautiful region. We have a nice festival going on. So they raised one point. One point was they would like that tourists cannot drive themselves in the national parks, especially to create jobs for the youth that can guide these tourists in the national park. That was number one. I think that's Fort Portal youth, eh? Number two, I think, was already raised by my colleague about UHTTI maybe opening a branch, Mr. Kawere. Maybe a branch in Western Uganda to help the youth also here to come up and not travel all the way to Jinja to go for education. I'm sure it's already on your plan, actually. Finally, I think I'm going to raise the issue about Right Honorable Prime Minister to help Uganda Tourism Boards. It's also a point from the youth to hold them accountable for the investment you've done in Uganda Tourism Boards. The youth of Fort Portal told me we want to see tangible results. We want more tourists to come to our city. And these people, if they come to our city, we get more jobs. I think this is a remark from all youth in Uganda. So I'm asking Right Honorable Prime Minister, please be together with UTB, be a big ambassador for the country, as well as ensure they do the work and make visitor numbers grow in the coming years. The final point for me being from Karamoja, we have beautiful landscapes. We have national park, we have wildlife reserves, but we also have a lot of central forest reserves. Yes, the last point is here, to help also open up concessions for our reserves. 50% of Karamoja, and I think also of the rest of the country, is protected areas. And the amount of investors is very few. So please help us to open up concessions for these investors, and also make sure in a national park where there's already concessions going on, you separate concessions into new areas of those parks. So eventually we spread tourism in the country, and we also increase the earnings from tourism throughout the country. Thank you so much.
The last one, from the film industry.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and all protocol observed. My name is Matthew Nawiso. I'm a filmmaker and the CEO of Nawiso Films, and I'm also the president of the National Producers Guild. But I'm here not just to talk about film, but also the creative industry at large. Of course, this encompasses music, film, fashion, fine art, crafts, events, name it, all the 9 domains of creative arts. Now, our asks are very simple. First and foremost, for the last 1 year, we were working on a creative policy draft, along with Honorable Rachel Magola under the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Creatives. And this draft is something that we've been able to submit to the Ministry of Gender. Why is this important? It's because we need direction, we need regulations as a creative industry, and this is something that we are asking that needs to be put in place. And also we need to have a creative council that is going to govern all the 9-10 creative domains. Our second ask is we need creative hubs. What we've been doing as creatives, we are all operating in silos, but then if it is possible, we would like to have creative hubs in all the 5 regions of Uganda. And these creative hubs will be places where we can have a lot of skills and training for creatives from all the 9 domains. In this same place, we can also have exhibitions, and these same places can also become a tourist attraction for locals and people coming from abroad. It's the same place where we also see ourselves training emerging creatives. My friend Anna Kava, whom I think has been training ladies in creating ebyanzi and all kinds of crafts. If she has this home where other people can come, we get to have the opportunity of preserving some of these culture that is dying out today. So with the creation of creative hubs, we would also love to ask for a national fund for skills development to empower the already existing creatives that are good in all the different domains to be able to train the emerging creatives. But we need logistics to do that. We're also asking for a national fund for content creation. Many times as creatives, we create within our small budgets, and somehow we've managed to be able to compete globally, somehow. Miraculously, we've managed to do that. But for us to be able to compete favorably globally, there is need to have a push so that we are able to create with the right budgets. Like I shared yesterday, if I'm making a film worth 100 million, I can't compete with somebody who is making a film of $1 million. So there is need for that push with a national fund. Then there is a need for monetizing our digital content on social media. Many young people today are able to create content on social media, on TikTok, YouTube. You people are always there watching this. After all that effort, there is no monetization. We need government to come in and be able to open up this. I shared steps that government needs to take in order to open this up. And this can enable us create jobs, monetize young people, and also we will be able to contribute to the GDP because now we're able to make money, government can tax us, and that way we can be able to grow as the youth. And last but not least, we'd also like support. We have many young people who are doing events like Peter Sebulime, who is doing the Vumbula, Uganda, and the Nile Film Festival. It is a very important aspect that needs promotion. He's had challenges. Security costs him 70 million to do that event. If this is a national event, can we have this security free? It is a simple ask. And last but not least, as creatives, we fall under the Ministry of Gender, and we feel a little misplaced. Our ask is, can we be moved to a ministry whose mandate aligns a lot more with what we do? like the Ministry of Tourism. They are promoting what we do. That is our last ask. Thank you, Your Excellency.
So, people from the industry, clap for yourselves. Those are the issues that came from the industry, and it's representative. You see the old age, the young one, and thank you, and you can go back. Now, my last one, Honorable Prime Minister, is that PCF will realize you can go back. You want to have a photo moment? You come later. Don't worry. You'll come later. We'll invite you. MC, we'll invite them later. The last thing I want to talk about is that under PCF, His Excellency the President has been promoting a number of wealth creation funds. And a number of times, it is only a MIOG and PDM that gets the visibility. And at times, the presidents need to understand that even the bigger funds that he's been able to promote are actually working and are creating impact. So we have just a few from, the main funds we have apart from UDB. We have the Agricultural Credit Fund. And I like to invite Mrs. Bagaya Goretti. She is from here. This is from Fort Portal. Please come. She got a loan from the Agricultural Credit Fund. And she's a testimony. 100 million. We want the president to know that this is happening. And maybe one last one. Okay, I know the Prime Minister doesn't have time, but we thought that maybe could be able to see. Kansime Evelyn got 40 million. She's from Fort Portal. And she's a widow. She has been able to change lives. We have one who got from the recovery, small business recovery fund. He also got 40 million, Baguma Rogers. Maybe this will just get a photo moment and then we close since the Prime Minister doesn't have time. And a young lady called Nyamata who got 6 million from Post Bank for the Grow Fund. Where are you? So these three, they have very interesting stories, what is happening to their lives. She's using online as a young person. She lost her job during COVID and she had to start online. She's now making money. He got money for the truck business, and he's changing lives through the small-scale recovery fund. She's a widow. Her husband died, and she left a rapidated 12-bedroom guest house here in Fort Portal. When she got a loan of 40 million, she has renovated it. Her income has more than tripled. She's able to look after herself, and this is all Mose's efforts. This lady here, she's a beneficiary of the Agricultural Credit Fund. She got 100 million. You see at her age. She is supplying, she's able, you saw the big chicken there. 4 kilos, 5 kilos. She's the one who's rearing them. Everything she has in her catering farm comes from her garden. And she's supplying URA. She can't even believe. In here, she's a big boss. Where is the effort coming from? The efforts of His Excellency the President. So I thought that maybe they would have spoken, but because of the time. But Prime Minister, maybe you'll have a photo moment with these beneficiaries also. Okay? And I have to let you go because the Prime Minister doesn't have a lot of time. Okay? Thank you very much. So I think, Honorable Prime Minister, those were my sessions. I would like now to invite our chairperson of the board to give his remarks.
Good afternoon once again. Please excuse me that I stand on the protocol that has been given, but in a very special way, welcome our Right Honorable Prime Minister. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this morning I received a letter from the Principal Private Secretary to the President saying that you'll be representing the President. And I said, now, what protocol do I call her His Excellency, Her Excellency, or? But we always love to be with you. Prime Minister, Of course, I respect and recognize the presence of Honorable Time. He's been with us since yesterday, an amazing man. He is a super hero of this area. Yeah. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, before I give my brief remarks, on behalf of the business people of this country, through you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, would like to congratulate His Excellency the President on his recent endorsement as the flag bearer for the National Resistance Movement. His Excellency the President has loved us as business people, as private sector people. He's done all the policies that help us, and he's changing the narrative of this country. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you can see that history is being changed from red carpets to yellow carpets. I believe you enjoy every bit of it. Would also like to congratulate you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. You've moved with us ever since the Presidential CEO Forum actually was sworn in when had just been appointed Prime Minister. And you've been with us all the time. So we thank you. And we congratulate you on your nomination. We don't have a say on how you are appointed, but if were to wish, personally, I wouldn't mind to see you back as our Majegere. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, when you go back and meet His Excellency the President, tell him that these business people wish you three things. One, and we promise him three things. One is prayer, that the Almighty God continues to grant him good life, a healthy life, and He continues to lead us. Number two, that we shall continue working so hard. Make sure that we support his programs, particularly the parish development model, so that the value chains are completed and the economy, like Honorable Kasaija once said, moves pew and reaches where we want it to be. And number three, probably very critical, at this hour, he has our votes. Prime Minister, since the last 3 days, these captains of industry have been discussing on matters tourism, trying to see how best we can improve the tourism industry of this country. We have got statistics. The industry was growing high, went down during COVID, it's reemerged. I know that as leader of government business, you have all these statistics. I therefore will not go through all this. But this team, these captains of industry for the private sector and public sector, want to unlock this industry and take its rightful place. Uganda has got the potential of being the highest tourist country in Africa, and we want to claim it, and we have no reason that we shall not claim it. I shall straight away go to a brief of the resolutions through this retreat. And at the end of it, I'll hand over to you a document that has the details of these resolutions that will go through, and if it pleases you, hand over to His Excellency the President. Resolution number 1 was to improve the tourism infrastructure. And the following were considered. The first one is a hot one. I don't know how you came to Fort Portal, but I had wished that you passed through Fort Portal Road. But somehow, if you passed through Fort Portal Road, you would not have reached here in time to address us. For me, it took me 8 hours, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to get here. 8 hours, and I was coming, I thought I was going to hell. When I reached Fort Portal, I found myself in heaven. Going to heaven through hell is not something we should accept. Right Honorable Prime Minister, please use your powers. I know 100% your capabilities and your capacity. Use your powers as leader of government business, slash budgets, and fix this road. In this category, item B was prioritize performance-based construction, rehabilitation and maintenance of the last mile to areas that serve tourist sites. Take an example of Kihihi. You fly to Kihihi, but from Kihihi to where the gorillas are, it's hell. That last mile for every area. Let's try to see that at least there's a good gravel road if we can't tarmac it. Number C, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is construct safe, clean stopovers all over. And my colleagues, private sector, once the roads are done, let's do this, because it's a source of business. Stopovers where tourists can stop to ease themselves, have a drink, have something to eat before they reach their destination. Part D, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is expand air connectivity and maintain aerodromes. And this is in 2 parts, Right Honorable Prime Minister. 1, government should upgrade, rehabilitate, and maintain domestic aerodromes and guarantee reliable flight schedules. And top priority should be given to Kisoro, followed by Kasese. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we've got a brief from the Civil Aviation Authority. We understand to do Kasese requires about $43 million. Well, some of us are not technical enough, but Right Honorable Prime Minister, if I could be personal, you saw me when I served as governor of Rotary in Uganda and Tanzania. I moved in almost every township of Tanzania. And everywhere I landed, there was an aerodrome. Not even tarmacked, but planes could land, and I had a private charter plane, and I could go all over Tanzania within 1 week. I do not see a reason why we cannot do this, Right Honorable Prime Minister. For example, the one here in Fort Portal. Honestly, I do not buy any reason to do this. It's just making a strip of land, compacted, complex. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the second one was about Uganda Airlines. The resolution and our request is that Uganda Airlines remains a regional and international carrier that will leave private passenger planes to private companies. And I'd like just to call upon one person, Tony Rubombola. Mr. Tony Rubombola, I think he's still here. Just stand up. But please, just come closer so that the Right Honorable Minister sees you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I believe that you have flown his planes at one time. He started Eagle Air 35 years ago as we had just got into power. He has run his Eagle airline all through, and it's a successful airline. All we need to do, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is empower him. And he does not want handouts, he wants soft loans. Give him interest-free runs that he improves because he's tested. He buys more planes, the aerodromes are improved, and then we shall have flights all over Uganda. Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, and I saw Jennifer, but she enjoys sitting behind. Jennifer, the CEO of Uganda Airlines. Jennifer is doing a wonderful job. Uganda Airlines is doing a wonderful job. To come here, I flew from Lagos, and I went with Uganda Airlines and back. There is absolutely no way I would have come to Fort Portal if it was not Uganda Airlines. She's doing a great job, but support her. Let Uganda Airlines be accredited by IATA. Fix it, Right Honorable Prime Minister, fix it. It's a question of being intentional. And the moment we are intentional, things will be done. And for Jennifer, I wish some Uganda, when I was going to Lagos, all the air hostesses and what were actually white people. I wish there is some bit of local content. Number 5 was to develop Lake Victoria tourism circuit development. The waters, Lake Victoria is the biggest single volume water, fresh water in the world. The Great Lakes in the United States are small lakes combined together, and they say they are the biggest. But for a single lake, freshwater lake, Lake Victoria is the biggest. No activity at all. Prime Minister, let's put activity on Lake Victoria. And the government does not have to do it. It's just policy network. For example, say anyone who wants to bring in boats for tourism on Lake Victoria, no tax. You are going to see Lake Victoria flooded by boats, and then tourism will come, water sports will go on Lake Victoria, and then government will earn from there. So let's try to see how we make it work, because it's a huge resource for us. Point number 2, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is to ensure reliable access to water and electricity in tourist destinations. It is unbelievable, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that for the last 2 months, people with lodges and hotels around Bwindi area have not had electricity. And yet, His Excellency the President has made sure that electricity is generated beyond actually what we require as a country. Why? Transformers blew. Why couldn't they be supplied with new transformers? Well, it's good to protect local industry, but we must also support the manufacture of these transformers to scale so that he meets the demand that we need. Otherwise, no importation of transformers. The manufacturer is not able to manufacture enough. Now it took the executive director, Dr. Muvawala, to call, I think called my sister Irene yesterday, and Irene sent transformers. Can you imagine? that if Muvawala was not there and Eileen was not the beauty that we know of her, probably the place would be forgotten. Let's please change that, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Number 3 was to improve the tax policy of tourism, and the following were considered. Right Honorable Prime Minister, that we consolidate the 26 taxes or non-tax revenue into a few predictable taxes and a single hospitality tax levy. 26 taxes. And it is explained in the document I'm going to give you. That's a barrier to investments. Part B is lower tourism threshold or create a sector window that grants VAT deferment or zero rating for approved capex, regardless of project size. Again, it's an incentive. It's well elaborated in the document I'm going to give you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Number 4 is to enable access to affordable patient capital. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we should have a deliberate policy to tailor affordable funding for the tourism sector. And we can use our local banks. The recent action that you took, Right Honorable Prime Minister, of the agricultural fund with Pearl Bank, I think that's what used to be called Post Bank. Amazing, amazing results we are getting. Government took up responsibility of paying interest. And then these large-scale farmers will take the loans and government pays the interest. Let's do this to the tourism industry. And I think it is a good ask because it spurs, UDC is ready to be part of this. A good example is the Serena Hotel. That place, if you had not given it to the Aga Khan, it would be probably a source of insecurity in Kampala. You gave it to Aga Khan for almost free, but today the revenue it brings to the country is unimaginable. And that's how economies develop. We do that. I was a student in London when Margaret Thatcher gave state enterprises for $1, or rather £1. And the effect was to the rebirth of industrialization in the UK. We too can do it, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Number 5 is to contain the impact of security and health alerts and negative messaging. Engambo, rumor mongering in our country is too much. And we don't have a strong mechanism as a country to counteract this. You go to the international media, they report about the bad things. And yet, the good things that you do as government, we do as government, are so many. So many. But we have got to get a messaging system. We've got to have a system where we've got clear media strategy and counteract this. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I don't know whether you are aware that travel advisory to Uganda is rated number 3. And number 3 is where Somalia is where Somaliland is where, for sure, this part of Africa, can we afford to be rated the same way Somalia is rated? We have got to do whatever it takes to make sure that this, of course, when it's rated number 3, international visitors who want to come to Uganda will first be advised, please go there at your own risk. And that's bad for the country. Very bad for the country, and we must change it. How? You are the lead of government business. If we can do something from private sector, call us. Call us, we shall back you up. But we must change it. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, have 2 points which are not part of the resolutions, but I thought I should share this with you. And I know you are a very action-oriented person. We put in place a law to curb wrong media reporting and people who report Wolokoso. That law we passed. And therefore we can punish people who destroy the country using the media. Now with this law, please help us to convince His Excellency the President to open Facebook. Facebook is a very good tool. And those who abuse it, there is a law to cater for them. But it's the simplest tool of how you communicate all over the world. Now with us closed, young people have got through something called VPN. And people like of my age cannot go through VPN. And yet we want to communicate with the world, we want to sell our country. Please let this be lifted, and those who abuse it, there is a strong law that these members of parliament passed. The last one, which is also not there, and 3 of our hotel people told me this yesterday. Oh my God, is noise pollution. Oh. Prime Minister, you've been to where I live. I live in Munyonyo. I'm about to leave my beautiful house because of noise pollution. I came with a person, I've just been elected a director of Rotary International, representing Africa, Middle East, and Eastern Europe. I came to Fort Portal under difficult circumstances with one of the directors from England. And this hotel was full. I took her to another beautiful hotel just down there. Today, he asked for a car to leave. Why? There was Kidongo until morning. He could not sleep. He could not sleep. Please, please, just burn these Bidongo at night. Burn them. Just burn them. You know, when people are enjoying themselves, if they want Bidongo, let them put soundproofing. If they can't put soundproofing, let them go hang. It is just terrible. It is chasing all our tourists because you can't sleep. You can't sleep. Right Honorable Prime Minister, as I finish, I wanted to introduce to you one very interesting gentleman. Mzee, my namesake, Mzee Emmanuel Basaliza, where are you? Mzee Basaliza, just walk here so that the Prime Minister sees you. This man is father to Honorable Basaliza. He turns 100 years today. And this man is a real estate, mogul in the Toro region. Bunyoro. Toro or Bunyoro? Toro. He still invests at 100 years. He is a golfer. I am passionate about Rotary. He attends all Rotary meetings all through at 100 years. is a good way for all of us captains of industry to emulate Mzee Basaliza so that we live to his age. Now, Right Honorable Prime Minister, once again, thank you. And thank you for being who you are. Nze nkwagala nnyo. You know, Right Honorable Prime Minister does not pretend. No, if it is dance, it is dance. When it is work, it is work. When it is delivering results, she brings. What else do you need? So, but before you come to address us, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I will invite the Honorable Minister of Tourism, but at the expense of repeating what I've said. This could be personal, this could be affect all of us. That gentleman you are seated with, Honorable Timmy, is a gentleman. We want gentlemen in this country. He's a gentleman. He's been seated with us since morning. He did not say, Sukari is eating me. Sukari did not complain. He's been there, a gentleman and a gentleman and a gentleman. How I wish all Ugandans could be like him. Thank you.
Let me also stand by the protocol as it is stipulated here, so that we save time, because the Prime Minister has to return to Kampala by helicopter, and you can see the weather. I have been here for the last 2 days. Right Honorable Prime Minister, a great deal has been said, and the presentation of Mr. Katongole, the chairman of the CEO's Forum, has just delivered a blistering, isn't it, statement now. But you know, I also studied journalism. And if I was an editor today, tomorrow I would say Emmanuel Katongole offers to develop Saka airstrip in Fort Portal, isn't it? And those would be the headlines, isn't it? Then you start explaining the rest. So, Right Honorable, I have really internalized most of the issues which have been raised during this very, very important forum. And I must thank the President who initiated this forum. I must thank Irene Birungi Mugisha, who has been in charge of this conference, this forum in Fort Portal, and all the work and effort which has been put to the success of this very, very important conference retreat. Fortunately, the Prime Minister is here. She avoided the road and came by helicopter. But Mr. Katongole has said it all. And all of us here have really had our share of that road. I have no doubt that that road will be fixed. Every cabinet meeting we hold, the president comes, and one of the issues he talks about is the problem of that particular road. And I have no doubt personally that that road will be fixed. Fortunately, the Prime Minister is here. The resolutions which have just been read, some of them by Mr. Katongole, will not evaporate. There will be an answer to the resolutions and recommendations as given. I can assure you about that. And I will work with the Prime Minister to make sure that I will work with the Prime Minister and advise her that this matter, these issues as embedded in the resolutions, the Fort Portal resolutions, be escalated, isn't it, to the highest possible level. After all, the Prime Minister herself is here. And therefore, the Prime Minister, as you know, is a member of Parliament for Kakumiro district. You also know that on her way every weekend, she goes through the Kampala, Mityana, Mubende road, isn't it? Sure, she is a beneficiary of this road really we are talking about. When this road is fixed, she will be happier. And that's what she has been telling me. But do these people know that I'm also a complainant on that road? I said, well, and I was saying, I don't know. See, but do they know? I said, well, you know, you ask them. But now I'm telling you that the Prime Minister herself goes through that terrible road, except that she veers off, isn't it? At Mubende, and some of us continue through Nabingola and Kiegegwa and on and on and on. So I have no doubt that these matters, as put in the resolution, the Fort Portal resolution, will be escalated to the highest possible level, and the Prime Minister herself is here. So without much ado, let me ask and request the Right Honorable Prime Minister to come and address us. I thank you.
Please sit. Thank you so much. The Honorable retired Colonel Tom Butime, a Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, honorable members of Parliament, our permanent secretaries present, our technical people, everybody present. Good afternoon. I want to apologize for having come late. It was not intentional. There was another function, very important one. We had the National Budget Conference in Munyonyo, and you know I'm always the chair. I should have delegated by my brother Moses Ali. You know how he is. So I had no alternative but to do the other one and come here later. So that's why I delayed. I'm truly very sorry. I was delegated here by the President, though I was also supposed to be here. And that's why I will give some few remarks as a Prime Minister, just to answer a few concerns that have come here. today that have come up. So the Mitiana Mubende Chenjojo Road, they are both in poor state. As you are aware, we have been rehabilitating the Mitiana Mubende Road for quite some time. The contractor is Enago, but Enago got a number of challenges. So when he was paid part of the money, he had to solve some of those challenges. The suppliers were on him, the what, and fuel, where he got fuel. So the money he was paid last month was some of those obligations. But this week or next week, he will receive another cohort of money. He has been working, but at a low pace. I believe the president directed some time back in cabinet that we prioritize that road. Remember when he had a tour of Mubende, Mitiana, that zone, the Mubende zone. He directed us in July that we prioritize that road. So that's when the contractor was paid. But I want to promise that with this money he's going to receive, around 50 billion, it will push him to some level. And that is what I can promise. Then Mubende Chenjojo. Mubende Chenjojo, we are going to use our in-house engineering services under the Ministry of Works, which is developed. They are the ones who have worked on Ginger Road, and they are now done. So the next area is Mubende Chenjojo, to at least do forward maintenance so that that road is motorable. And I believe to some extent we shall have solved the problem, and that road will be motorable again. Allow me to talk about the upgrade of Kisoro and Kasese aerodrome into international airports. What I know, Kisoro runway was rehabilitated recently, and the surface was sealed. Before it was maram. But Kisoro aerodrome has limitations, aviation limitations, because of the land, you know, the geography of that place. We also have a problem of land, limited land. And so I doubt whether CAA can allow us to make it an international airport. But we recently had a meeting, which I chaired in my office, and looked at Kabale, Nyamitanga, because for them they have no aviation limitations. And of course, you are aware that the African Development Bank is supporting us to finance the feasibility studies. And I believe if maybe Kabale, since it is near, if Kabale is upgraded, it can be easy for us to fly to Kisoro. But Kisoro aerodrome has limitations. I think Honorable Butime was in cabinet last week when the president directed me to get in touch with the Minister of Works and some of his partners. We have got a partner who wants to upgrade Mbarara aerodrome and make it an international airport privately. I'm told apparently because Mbarara is the center of the world, yes, it will be easy to connect to China and many other parts of the world. So we have got a private investor they are going to upgrade it to a very big standard, maybe international standard. We had a meeting yesterday. In fact, I'm going for the same meeting. That's why I was telling my sisters here to allow me go and have that meeting. It was supposed to be there at 4. But now that I'm still here, I doubt whether we shall have it today. So Kasese is also having a Chinese private investor who is also going to upgrade Kasese Aerodrome to an international airport. I will give other resolutions to the President. They are very pertinent. I have taken note of them, and I promise that when I go back, I know I will have a meeting with the President on Monday. After Cabinet, I will go through your resolutions one by one. Let me now go to the President's speech. The honorable ministers present, and everybody, the technical and others, I would like to thank all those who came up with the idea of organizing the CEO's Forum. It is befitting for the public-private sector to engage with senior government leaders, CEOs, and industry stakeholders to address strategic policy issues and align actions to accelerate Uganda's socio-economic transformation. Before talking about Uganda's socio-economic transformation, I want to give a background about Uganda's economy and its socio-economic transformation, and how it has managed to grow under the leadership of NRM. At the time of independence, 1962, Uganda's economy was a typical enclave colonial economy. It comprised of a small island, of a modern sector, surrounded by a large traditional sector focused on subsistence activities. This small modern sector was referred to as the economy of the 3 C's, that is coffee, cotton, and copper, and the 3 T's, that is tea, tobacco, and tourism. The modern enclave, which relied on production of raw materials for export, created few jobs and did not stimulate economic growth. Therefore, in 1986, when the NRM came to power, Uganda's economy was in a total mess. The former economy was dominated by loss-making state enterprises. The few enterprises of cotton, copper, tourism, and tea had disappeared from the economic landscape. The production of tea, for example, had dropped from 23 million kilograms in 1969 to a mere 3 million kilograms by 1986. We embarked on a journey to resurrect the economy with a 10-point program by launching a comprehensive economic recovery program in 1987-1988. We pursued the process of rehabilitation while promoting privatization and liberalization of the economy by allowing the private sector to take charge of the economy. The government of Uganda concentrated on creating a supportive environment for businesses to grow through policy reforms. The other essential ingredient of development, which the NRM has tackled, is the establishment of the necessary social economic infrastructure across the country. And the government has prioritized infrastructure development in the key areas of transport and energy in order to lower the cost of doing businesses in Uganda. There are 4 major cost pushers in business. That is high cost of electricity, transport, money, and labor. If these 4 are high, then businesses cannot grow. Business is about profit. When you make profits, the businesses grow. And in order to make profits, you must minimize costs. Therefore, our deliberate move to prioritize infrastructure development was aimed at creating a strong economic base to attract investment in the 4 sectors of commercial, agriculture, industries, services, and ICT. As a result, we have witnessed remarkable progress across various sectors. Our combined electricity generation has increased significantly, with surplus electricity now available. And these achievements have laid a firm foundation for Uganda's economic transformation. Already, the structure of the economy has changed from one dominated by agriculture to one dominated by services. Our achievements are not by accident. They are on account of deliberate and focused government interventions. Let me repeat this. Our achievements are not by accident. They are on account of deliberate and focused government interventions. Given the ongoing developments, the economy is poised to generate more formal jobs. The NRM is committed to expanding Uganda's economy tenfold within the next decade. This ambitious goal is attainable, as demonstrated by the achievements of the other countries, particularly the Asian tigers. Such growth will translate into millions of new jobs for our people. The rapid advancement of technology is fundamentally reshaping the job market structure. Finally, I wish to remind you that Uganda is endowed with abundant natural resources. However, it's not enough to possess natural resources if they are underutilized or exported to the outside world as raw materials. Therefore, in addition to having natural resources, you need an educated and skilled human resource to convert the raw materials into goods and services. Uganda is now unstoppable in terms of economic growth and social economic transformation. I thank you so much. Thank you. I thank you so much for your various contributions. It is now my pleasure to close the 6th biannual Presidential CEO's retreat. I thank you all. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda.
A big round of applause for the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, and in the interest of time, well knowing that you have another meeting, we shall request to have a few photos with you and then close the session. We also have a message, or a couple of messages to you, but protocol does not permit me to hand them over, so I'll hand them over to the CEO of PCF, who will hand them over to your protocol team. And the second last item on our agenda, Right Honorable Prime Minister, is to sign our board for our publication, and to preside over this function, I'll invite back the CEO of the Presidential CEO Forum to come and preside over the signing of this publication. Right Honorable Prime Minister, may I kindly invite you to the official signing of the launch of the PCF flagship books. They took it.
Let's finish it.
And now we can have the group photo with the board of PCF. As that gets done, let me invite the staff of the Presidential CEO Forum to be close to have their photo moment with the Prime Minister. And after, the staff will have all the panelists from yesterday to come for a photo. So staff, the board, we may excuse you. Thank you. Yes, yes. Can we have the staff? And immediately after, we'll have all panelists, please. And as the panelists come, let's have the beneficiaries of the funds. Let's move quicker, yeah? Thank you, Right Honorable. Let's have our panelists. Let's have our panelists. Aha. we balance the boat. Thank you very much. Do we have the recipients of all the funds? Are they here? Thank you very much, our panelists. And the second last photo, the recipients of our funds. Okay, and I've been guided by my elder that after that we'll have the members of parliament here present. Yeah. Wait, let's, okay. Okay. Thank you. Let's have the members of parliament here present. Members of parliament. Now I don't know. Where are the queens? Our members of parliament. And now, Madam Prime Minister, with your permission, there is always that one photo that I request for. Before the Minister of Tourism, Madam Prime Minister, may I request for a photo? Thank you. Minister of Tourism. All agencies, yes. Dr. Musinguzi, come to the side and balance. Okay, let's move quicker. Balance. Balance. Okay. Thank you. And lastly, hey. Okay. And lastly, Right Honorable Prime Minister, it's my photo. As usual, may I excuse the rest of the people and I'll take a picture with the Prime Minister and the Minister. The Minister must remain.